press the button.
Oh, very good. Very good. Okay, let's do...
Yeah.
Let's see. That is... Let's see. Streaming at new stuffs. Now. There we go. And now I'm gonna close down my Discord or hide that one away a little bit, right? And I got your chat open on screen instead, so I don't have mine anymore. Hey, Enrique, how you doing? Hello, Keeney, how you going? Yeah, so it's like, has enough time passed now, Christoph, that you can like bung your second application in? Oh shit, oh man. This is scaring me, okay? You're typing passwords on stream. That is like the scariest thing ever.
I don't remember my LinkedIn password.
Given that your username's Capaloris, I'm guessing that's not like a real account. Hello, Skylar. Hello, Nil Pointer. Oh, man. How many dereference jokes do you get on a daily basis, Nil Pointer?
He only gets Andrew. One, then he crashes.
We'll see, Andrew. We'll see. I was just saying to Christoph before we started streaming, I said I'm gonna try to not react too strongly to chat like I did last time. And instead we're just gonna go with it. I'm just gonna be passive aggressive towards everyone, and then that will just set the tone instead, right? They'll do. All right. Could do with some more lights in here. I see. Right.
Okay. So sorry, needed to log into LinkedIn.
That's very important. It's like, I start streaming. Hang on, I'll be like, I'm just gonna like this post on Reddit, man. It's okay. Just gonna do these things. So, how you been, Christoph? It's been a while since we did this last time.
Yeah, it's been a while, man. Okay, so for the people in chat, we did not prepare any like list of content this time, but I did tell Toggle, no worries, you can trust me. I have stuff for you. So like he's going in blind. Yeah.
No idea what we're in for. I want Marvin. So for those of you who don't know, like actually, what's the joke you would make about LinkedIn, Christoph? Right? I was gonna say like boomer Reddit, but then Reddit is boomer Reddit. So I don't know. What would you say LinkedIn is, right? It's like Instagram for the elderly, or
I don't know. It's like where it's the place where ideas go to die. Like I have a blog post about writing blog posts, and I have a section dedicated to LinkedIn. How to write
so to be clear, we're talking about like content produced for LinkedIn, not like people looking for jobs, but like LinkedIn posts.
Well, in this case, I'm talking about like just how in general, let's say that you're somebody. So my blog post, my personal blog is pretty much entirely focused on software developers. So the assumption is you're reading this, you're a software developer or something like that. And maybe you're interested you would like to have a personal blog. You would like to blog more, but you tend to like lose steam when you do. You don't know how to really be constant doing it, or like in general, you would like to get more writing done. And the assumption is also that the writing that you want to do is mostly like technical writing. So you want to blog about stuff that you're doing. So I wrote this blog post about some ideas that, in my opinion, could help you write more blog posts. And at the very end, I have this section. If you want to take a look, I'm gonna finish announcing stuff on Discord in the meantime.
All right, I'll do a narration here then. Writing for popularity is a trick that you can play on yourself, but to great effect. But unfortunately, others can play it on you as well, especially when those others is social media platform with built-in comments, thumbs up, and reshare functionality. It might seem a bit arbitrary to complain about social media platforms. We did say that we wanted popularity, and those platforms do help with that. So what's there to complain about? Well, those platforms create their own bubbles where the language of the medium deviates significantly from normality. The X pronounced like in right. Oh man, it took me a double take there, right? Famous unsubstantiated hot takes because of its microblogging nature. LinkedIn, for a variety of cursed reasons, is rising hell. The style that people have come to expect from LinkedIn posts is, in my opinion, nothing short of revolting. And if you have become proficient in it, beware that outside of LinkedIn, it's an immediate turn off. All right. Hello, Karatham. How you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoy writing. I did some writing recently, but it turned out that my writing was kind of wrong. So I took down my post and I haven't come back to it yet because I need to do so much more.
What do you mean your post was wrong? What do you mean? What happened?
Well, I wrote a post about CPU cache lines and
Okay.
basically some short code showing that like if you put a bunch of bytes in contiguous memory versus you spread it out. We kind of talked a bit about this with struct. So the struct contains a bunch of other things, then you're going to get better performance. Then someone pointed out that this is not really a way to measure with the cache efficiency, and they gave me lots of information to take on board, but it was like an overwhelming amount of information going like all the way into raw pointer arithmetic and stuff, and of course in Rust it's fine to do, but it just requires me to sort of flip that unsafe switch in my brain to get into that line of thinking on top of everything else. I kind of just took a step back from that.
Yeah, it is kind of hard. I don't know if this is any of any help, but there's one thing that it's a Zig project, but you can use it like it's not specific to Zig. It's called Poop.
Oh, I know it.
Yeah.
It's I had some complaints about that. Not that the software itself, about the name.
About the name,
rather. But
I could not imagine what. Wait, what's your issue? It's just, it's the performance optimization platform, observation or something. Yeah.
But saying that, it is interesting how when you kind of go down past the binary, the software kind of becomes code agnostic to some degree. So up until you hit the language and after language for things like profiling and debugging and things like that, you're kind of going away from the agnostic stuff in after that, right? So you could be very dependent on Rust or C or SIG or NIM or whatever until you hit that. Things like perf and what have you, and then you no longer again, right? So there is that. No, I had like a long rant about people naming software in general, so it wasn't specific to this program, but this program was kind of like part of it. So as an example, right, I wonder how many people don't use Cocoon, the editor, because the name is terrible. Because it really is a bad name when it comes down to it, and the executable for short is CAC, which I think is poo in various languages as well, right? So it's an awkwardly named editor. I think it's quite popular, of course.
Damn it! I wanted to show you. I wanted to show you Poop in action, but I'm having trouble running it. Well, okay. Here's the point about Poop.
See, these are the fundamental problems when you talk about these things from a quote unquote marketing perspective, right? It's like, but anyway, let's not get into that one. Go on.
But the nice thing about that software is that it shows you also performance counters, so you can see the number of cache misses. So I guess my point is maybe to reliably do cache things in Rust, it requires you to do some extra gymnastics that you don't feel like doing. Fine, but if you can using Safe Rust, create two versions of roughly the same program, where you can look at the final performance counters and see that one version causes more cache misses than the other, then I guess that's like how can I say? Maybe you haven't, your code is not like, properly a let's say almost a formal proof of your point, but you can observe that empirically by looking at performance counters once your program executes. And I think that's maybe one way for you to look at it. That doesn't require you to go too insane with nuanced programming. Yeah, changing your code too much.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I just use perf stat for that to see like LD. Oh,
wait, you don't need poop
and stuff. I do not, but you can do perf stat.
Wait, how does it? What's the name?
So
perf?
Perf space stat. Does that mean that you don't have perf installed? Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know how you get perf on Nix.
Ooh, that's a.
Does macOS have anything like perf? I feel like I'm about to be disappointed. Rape.
Now, I think perf is Linux only, so yeah, you run like perf stat, and then you decide what counters you want, and maybe you want like the data cache and the instruction cache for level 1. And you don't have one. You can't say, as far as I know, show me like cache hits and misses for 2. But you can say LLC, which is the lowest level cache. So you got L1 and LLC, right? You need a lot of flags for perf. Don't really. I mean, it depends on what you're looking at or looking for, of course. But there's
what? What? Okay.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at, Andrew, but I like it. Okay, that's pretty good. I'd say that we kind of gone into the art side of things at that point.
Yeah, by the way, this perf stuff is interesting. I was actually looking into it, and yes, perf, poop as well, only works on Linux. It doesn't work on macOS. But apparently there is a convoluted way that allows you to get access to performance counters also on macOS. It's just like kind of complicated. And there's there is a repository by Daniel Lemire. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing the surname right, but like this guy, kind of famous, so probably doesn't require a bigger introduction. But he has, if GitHub loads it, yeah, he has basically a header file that allows you to get performance counters out of macOS. I think the problem is that these APIs are not supposed to be. Yeah, they're not public, right? So
right, yeah. Unsupported APIs, the best thing ever, right?
Perf stats. Never mind. I don't have perf stat hist. What?
I have no idea what perf stat hist is. Buckets, power, filter. I think this is a different kind of performance.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna give up.
Yeah,
I'm giving up.
It's not worth. If you already have something that measures this stuff, it's not worth it, right? But it is handy to be able to look at these things. There are some, so for general performance monitoring, I like perf for cache misses and such. But then that's kind of funny as well, because what is bad? What's like a bad frequency of cache misses? Like is 3% good or bad? And it all kind of depends a little, of course, as well, right? And then I also like for profiling, I use a very like basic profiling tool called Puffin. I know of Tracy, but Tracy is just way too Tracy is like really verbose, whereas Puffin is this. Oh yeah, it was made by a game studio. Puffin is this like really simple. You can sort of see it frame by frame, which is really nice. So I didn't even look at this view. I look at the table view when I look at the stuff, and I think it's really nice to see, especially when you're doing like a UI library, so you can see frame by frame differences. So a frame will perform a layout, how much more time is spent there versus the other, and that. There's obviously cache grind and call grind as well, but like perf and profiling, tracing, sorry, is kind of like my go-to these days.
I added Tracy support to standalone Zine, and so far I had a great experience. I'm gonna show you because it's not hard to have it run. So let me find just maybe a website that I can build successfully. Let's see. Official Zine website. Let's see if we build without crashing. We build without crashing. I have a bunch of warnings that tell you that performance is reduced. Yeah. It's actually like this thing that I'm making is stupid fast. So in any case, I then run Tracy in another. I run Tracy, press connect, go here, launch the program. Tracy gets the data, and then I have my histograms. Flame graphs, whatever they're called. You can also have frames here. Like I don't have a concept of frame, so I don't generate frames. I just
no, that makes sense. Given you have we have like one frame, because it's not something that's going to go through like a request response cycle or a render cycle. It's not a cycle part of it. I mean, I guess do you do any multi passes of anything in there, like parsing or whatever? Maybe then, but other than that, I don't think so.
I guess you're right. I guess we could consider maybe I do have phases, so we could maybe we could say that like file discovery, like scanning the directory, that's the first frame, and then the second frame is something is parsing, and then the third frame is analysis, and then the fourth frame is rendering. I guess it could do something like
this.
But
then that kind of it kind of doesn't make sense to compare those as separate frames either at the same time, because they're not
the same.
They're not related.
Yeah.
Right?
That said, though, you know what? If it does in the UI give me like vertical bars, then that's fine, because you can see, right, that there's like here you can see there's like 3 moments, right? A first moment, actually more than 3 moments. Like if we zoom in, first moment is scanning the content directory. Then once we're done scanning the content directory, there's a second moment where we look at section pages to see if a given section is activated or not. And then once we parse these sections, we know if the pages that they contain are activated. And at that point, we parse all the pages that are not deactivated. So here we're parsing all the pages. And then after we're done parsing all the pages, then analysis starts. So I guess what is my point? In any case, I had a good experience. Also, so when you said you look at the table, you mean this table here? This kind of stuff?
Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah.
Yeah, where you have
you basically see whatever function or scope that you have profiled, how much time it took.
Yeah.
Because you know probably as well as anyone that all this stuff is just magic anyway, on account of what it does today might not be the same as tomorrow, right? So you might get different results. You might be running some other software in the background that's going to affect your times. There's so many variables, but you have to do something. You can't just say we're not going to profile because we're not going to get accurate results. But you don't profile for accurate results. You profile to see where hotspots are and where regressions might be, and so on and so forth, right? So and it's also quite fun to look at, right?
In my case, I've actually had a great time with this. You want to hear a funny story? I'm gonna tell you a secret, a story that the Jedi wouldn't tell you about Three-Seater. So let's go back in time a little bit. So I'm gonna reopen Tracy, but I'm not gonna connect to anything. I'm gonna open a saved trace. And it's called slow. Where is it? Slow Tracy. So this is an older trace of Zine. And here, building, it wasn't the same website. This was my personal website. Actually, let me confirm this fact. Yes, this was I write as a message which page I'm analyzing in those things, so that I know what refers to what. Okay, so the I guess the first run that I made with my static site generator with the reimplementation made it take 1 second and 1.3 seconds to render my personal blog. It's a debug build, so in release it takes less, but it's still a lot. Like what we were running right now was on a bigger website. Like I think the Zine website overall is bigger than my personal blog, or at least comparable in size. And it was much faster, even though it was debugged. So what was taking a lot of time? I didn't know, so I integrated with Tracy and I started running it. And so after adding a bunch of things, to be precise, I saw that there were like these big lines, and then I had to manually try to sniff out what was taking time, and then added scopes at the right point. You can also do sampling with Tracy, but I haven't seen how you do that actually. And I've used the before doing this, I tried to use the sampling that instruments that macOS has. And I had a bad experience because that thing wasn't sampling even not remotely often enough.
Is that the one that looks really like a really fancy old MP3 player interface? Instrumentation.
Yeah, instrumentation, and you do time profiler.
Maybe not. I remember this from like when I was writing mobile apps on Apple hardware. How it had this like instrumentation thing and it looked super fancy.
Mm-hmm.
It reminded me of like some kind of Winamp skin or something.
Yeah, let me see if I can maybe let's see if we can. Okay, so here I was trying to sample super HTML, so never mind. This is too fast. Let's see if we can do something else. Can I edit super HTML? How do I edit this? Bro, executables. So this is the CLI argument. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I get it now. Holy cow, Mac. What a user experience. So we want to go to Zine now, and we want to zig out, bin, and then we want Zine, and then we want to oh, you can set the working directory. Okay, that's good. So our working directory is going to be users Christoph/zine-ssg.io, and then the command is going to be release choose. How do you make it run? This button?
That looks like recording. No, is it running?
Okay, I think it has recorded. Okay, how do we shift control command? How do you zoom in? How do you zoom in? How do you see what happened? Yeah, so I was trying to use this thing originally. Let's just say that it didn't have the greatest experience. Okay, here you can see the flame graph. What a freaking mess.
It's like an upside down flame graph in my world, but I guess that's just a preference thing.
Yeah, and it's like, bro, can I zoom in into this? No. Please, why are you showing me like a bunch of nothing? It's like, why is Apple like this? It's like I'm having the Microsoft experience now.
But I always think that Apple makes it really awful to be a developer, and they make like a nice experience for the user, and then put all the work on the developer. It's like really punishing the developer. Not like ranging from having to pay them $100 to be allowed to like build release, publish like release binaries, to the Xcode experience and all that.
Okay, using gestures you can zoom in. Jesus Christ. With gestures you can zoom in. Okay. Whew. Okay, so I guess what we can see here, I don't know what we can see exactly. Time profiler, like what is this showing to me? I would say this is not great. Like this tool here, you look at it, it also has the problem that it shows you how much time you spend doing things. Setting aside the 20 milliseconds were spent loading dynamic libraries, great. But then it's like, I don't know. It's not great at all. I don't understand. I genuinely have trouble understanding what's going on here. So this thing to me is like, no, thank you. I like Tracy a lot more. Like Tracy is so much better in comparison.
Yeah, the first time I ran Tracy, it segfaulted on me, but I had kind of I think I've tried to use to annotate too much information. So my initial experience with it was a little bit tainted, but I do know of it, and it looks nice. I just have something that is more basic, that does not show all the fancy graphs and everything that Tracy does. But yeah, definitely tracing is really nice though.
Okay, so let me tell you this story. So I discovered that after getting tracing up and running, that and placing zones in the right place. So I had to do some like detective work. It wasn't like auto magic. But I discovered that I was spending a lot of time, like a real lot of time, waiting for this thing. Waiting for, is there a way to, what does the, is it like not able to open the source code? Call stack, go to parent. You know what? The fact that this is a saved trace makes me suspect that maybe we're not able to go here because this file is not, or like we're missing some kind of artifact that I deleted that would allow me to reach the original source file. But in any case, I can tell you that what I discovered is that this time is spent loading three-seater queries. So when you do syntax highlighting, I don't know if you're familiar. Are you familiar with three-seater at all?
No, with three-seater, no.
Okay, so but you're using it in NeoVim, right? So
I don't think so.
I think you are. I don't think you can have NeoVim without three-seater.
Is that the case? Because I thought three-seater was something that you had to install. How can you find this out? How do you know?
Everybody's asking if you're leaving Rust for Zig.
Like, they will have to keep watching to find out, right? we'll do like when we get like 250 consecutive natural non-raid viewers, man, then I'll make a saucy announcement on your stream. But yeah, I don't know if you can, or not. But I have not intentionally installed it. I don't do anything with three-seater, so it's like
I suspect it comes with it out of the box, which is something that you don't hear a lot when it comes to Vim. But yeah,
so it's still experimental. So I wonder if this is actually used by default. So we can do vim.treeseater. Let's see if that even works for me then, right? Vim.tree. No, there's nothing. There's no vim.treeseater. So yeah, so I never really set it up. I know it's like it's cool and it does all these things. I remember the first time I heard about it, it's like I looked at it and thought, this is really cool, but as like an old dog, I don't really care about syntax highlighting in that sense. So I kind of just ignored it, and
interesting.
I never really did anything with it. I do appreciate like the value is more granular syntax highlighting, and it can highlight on like partial code and stuff. But
Yeah.
But yeah, that was I'm very basic when it comes to syntax highlighting.
Okay. For some reason, like I know that three-seater is used a lot with NeoVim. I thought it was used to the point of being like the default, but I guess I'm wrong. In any case, so three-seater is, yeah, it's pretty much as you are describing it. And oh yeah, Helix definitely. So syntax highlighting in Helix is done via three-seater period. It's like three-seater or nothing. So the way three-seater works, which in my opinion is, I feel like it's so, like I don't know everything, so I might be wrong. Some of it is like gut feeling, but I think it's overall a preferable solution to having syntax highlighting done through a bunch of regular expressions, which I believe is the only alternative to three-seater. Like when it comes to VS Code, which uses text-made syntax highlighting files. Those are basically collections of regular expressions, and I feel like those have to be less efficient than three-seater. The way three-seater works is that you write a grammar in JavaScript, but then that gets compiled to C. So the tooling, the three-seater tooling, takes your JavaScript definition of a grammar and then turns that into C source code, because you don't write completely arbitrary JavaScript. You write basically, you use JavaScript as a DSL. So you use classes that three-seater provides you with to define things, and then three-seater looks at the grammar definition as a data structure, and then uses that to generate C source code, which then gets compiled and loaded at runtime. So like Helix basically loads a bunch of DLLs, one per language, that it wants to provide syntax highlighting for. That said, the grammar is not the syntax highlighting. The grammar is a parser. The grammar defines a parser, but then syntax highlighting is done through syntax highlighting queries, which I think is what's described here. So those queries are basically a funky Lisp type of thing, where basically the way this query work is that you define a query that matches certain parts of your language and then gives them a tag. Like, let's say it gives them a quote unquote CSS tag. And then what that CSS tag means in terms of actual syntax highlighting depends on what the editor does. So, for example, the way that Helix does syntax highlighting is different than the way in which NeoVim does syntax highlighting, for example. So one annoying part about this is that you cannot share syntax highlighting queries between different editors. So you have to build syntax highlighting queries for NeoVim, which are going to be different than the ones that you create for Helix or any other editor. Okay, so this is like the full story. Here's one funny thing, though. For some reason, loading these syntax highlighting queries is incredibly slow. So the trace that we were looking at here, this is me invoking three-seater every single time, not knowing how expensive it is to load a query and not caching anything. So every time I was encountering a code block in a page, I would load the related syntax highlighting queries for three-seater, and that would take 94 milliseconds a pop.
Per query?
Yeah, per language, basically. Yes, but I wasn't also...
Okay, so you could have multiple syntax highlights for the same language, and then it wouldn't be a problem. Is that true?
No, it would still be a problem because I wasn't caching anything. So even if I encountered the same thing twice, I was redoing the work from scratch, which obviously was dumb, but I had never profiled this, so I never realized that was a problem.
No, but so in saying that, like you're saying 90 milliseconds per language, right? Yeah. So let's round it up to 100 milliseconds. That means that you can parse 10 different code snippets in there, and it would just add a second. So yeah, I'm not saying slow is good, right? But that would be really difficult to notice, given that you do things like file IO and all these things, right? So I don't think you could ever really pick up on that when running it, I'm guessing. Or was it slow enough that you
No.
felt like you
Well,
could?
if you look at this, you can see that it's actually the thing that dominates by far.
Oh yeah.
Right. If you look at the graph, like if you look at the let's try to find the scan phase. Like look, okay, here I'm scanning content. Here I'm doing the initial parsing. Like look at this. This is 9 milliseconds, and this is and this is parsing by comparison. Well, okay, it's huge. Also, let me zoom out because otherwise I'm going to go insane. Also, you can see that most blog posts were not that bad because they were kind of small, right? But some of them had a ton of code snippets. Like this one is what is Zig com time, which is full with Zig code snippets, obviously. And this guy was taking forever. This one is even worse. What's this one? Multi-sequence for loops.
1.22 seconds. There you go.
Yeah,
but I think most people wouldn't notice or care about that. So it's interesting because I'm sort of in a performance. I was in a performance chasing boat as well, right? We had something running. Your average user interface took something like, I don't know, like 10 microseconds or some ridiculous thing for various things to do. And I still went off chasing lower numbers and stuff because it's a game, right? It's like it's a problem to solve, and it's kind of a fun one because performance tuning. I think a lot of people don't do performance tuning, so there's a lot of performance left on the table, and it's a way for your software to stick out a little as well, to not be terrible.
Yeah, I think in this case, what was interesting about this is that there's maybe some performance work that I'm not interested in doing. Like, for example, you need to optimize cache lines. I mean, I'm happy to use a programming style that is like DoD oriented. But right now, I have so many more things that I need to worry about when it comes to Zine that I'm not going to focus on that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking, I mean, here's a good example, right? If you, and this is where I think there's a lot of misplaced information in software development, where you have something like what you have on screen, right? You have a big place, you can see that where it takes time, but people don't always benchmark these things, and then they make other arbitrary decisions like, I'm gonna get real branches in my code because that will make it faster, and like, but you've not even looked at what it is that you're gonna make faster, right?
Yeah, right. They're trying to make they're trying to make this thing here, like they're trying to make this thing here faster by making it branchless. They reduce this, and you know what?
Artifact of something that someone else said in some other context as well.
Yeah, so maybe they reduce time by 50% even. They make it branchless, 50% faster. So from 23 microseconds to 10 microseconds. And then it's like, yeah, sure, it's here. Nothing has changed actually, because even though this thing is faster, you still are waiting on other stuff to happen before you can continue. And then you're like reloading the same query twister files like 20 times in a row. Yeah. So I did fix this. I did fix this by adding caching. And let me tell you, it made a ton of difference. So this is what we were looking at right now. So let me rerun it. So this is like fresh, real time. And then you can see that now, basically, what you can see is that there's way fewer of those, because once the syntax is loaded, then everything else, rendering is much faster, even when you have a bunch of things that need to be syntax highlighted. So in the end, this still dominates, but now it dominates kind of once. So by the way, CryptoCode was asking earlier, do you plan to generate files in parallel? I already do. I already do everything in parallel. And check this out. 148 milliseconds. That's
a pretty good performance bump.
That is a huge difference. Yeah. So yeah, it makes a very huge difference. If we change this from, like, if we take out tracing and we make a release fast build, which is gonna take a moment, obviously. I'll show you how fast this is. So just so that we're clear, the content is kind of like this. So it's not a huge website, but you know, it has some stuff in it. And like, if we look at something like this, like this is a single page reference documentation of the scripting language. It's a big boy markdown file. You can see that everything that is underlined is a expression that needs to be evaluated using my tiny language virtual machine. And like, there's a bunch of this stuff. I have 2 pages that are like this. So it's like, they're not super short. So I don't have any form of caching also implemented at all. But if you run, let's do Hyperfine. If you run Zine release, it takes like 22 milliseconds. So it's pretty fast.
How much does tracing add to that if you run that with tracing enabled?
Let's take a look. So the answer is going to be, I can tell you right away, the answer is going to be probably around 100 milliseconds with actually, sorry. I did it wrong. Tracy, but also release fast. So the answer is, I added a 100 millisecond sleep at the end if you have tracing enabled to make sure that Tracy has time to read all the events before we close. So,
oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, so the execution time will be 100 milliseconds longer. I can also take it out, obviously. But
I mean, you could just subtract 100 milliseconds from there. So
yeah, in like if we look in Tracy, then the main work takes around the same. I think this is like 4 milliseconds slower. Like the 100 milliseconds sleep is like totally overkill. I should probably make it like a 20 milliseconds.
Is there no like a wait just Tracy kind of thing? I'm guessing is it running it in like multiple threads or something?
So there is a way of waiting for Tracy, but it works reliably on Linux. It doesn't work on macOS. There are ways. The Rock people found a way of making that work on macOS through other means. But at the end of the day, it's like, whatever.
Do you call them the geologist internally?
the Rock people, yes.
like, I was thinking about the Rock people.
The golems.
For some reason, my mind didn't even go to music. I just went straight up geology with that one.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, the golems. So.
Oh, that's good. The golems. Right.
So in any case, the 100 millisecond sleep is fine for me. I can also take it out. What will happen if I take it out is that occasionally Tracy will say, well, the program exited a little bit too quickly and it wasn't able to read everything. So in theory, you will have like some missing event near the end. In practice, to me, it doesn't matter because usually I see everything that I need, but whatever. What is my point though? So this is now release plus tracing, right? And you can still see that loading the queries is still the dominant thing. It's still dominating everything else. It's now happening less because, well, we fixed that problem also, right? But here's how we plan to do the next level. By the way, this is insane. So this is a release fast thing, and loading syntax highlighting queries takes 21 milliseconds. This is, let me try to put this into words. It should not take 21 milliseconds to load syntax highlighting queries. Let me show you what type of file we're talking about.
Three-seater queries then.
Yeah, three-seater queries. So let me try to pull up maybe the syntax highlighting queries for Zig, okay? So three-seater Zig. So this is a grammar, but it's not the one that we're using right now. Wait, they have Zig bindings. What? They have official Zig bindings? Since when?
Says 4 months ago.
4 months ago. Holy cow. Okay, I didn't know this. There's a project, though, that contains a bunch of three-seater grammars.
I like that it's on NPM as well for some reason.
Three-seater grammars, there we go. I mean, yeah. Okay, so this is the grammar that we were using, or we were logging the queries from. This is the syntax and Latin query file. If GitHub allows me to load it. Like, there's not a lot of stuff in it. Why does it take 20 milliseconds in release mode to load this file? While ironically, you remember my chunky boy markdown file? It took way less to parse, analyze, and render that file than to parse this thing. Because, by the way, loading queries, it's basically parsing. Maybe there's some analysis there, so they maybe they don't load it one-to-one. Maybe they do some adjustments, but it doesn't run the query. It does not run the query. It just loads it.
So the query should have no impact on what it is you're going to run the query on, right? So you're just loading the query.
Yes, in fact, I can tell you that there's a cache system that we implemented where every thread loads the queries once, and then the same query instance gets reused by multiple parsers in parallel even. So the query is basically an AST. Are you using three-seater as a C library in Zine? Yes, it's a C library.
So is it that parsing the query takes 20 odd milliseconds?
It takes 20 milliseconds. And it's insane because...
That is a lot. There has to be something odd going. The thing is, I imagine there's something that is as big and popular as three-seater, that they have to have a reason for it, right?
They don't. I can promise you they don't. For some reason, the parsing has just been implemented in an inefficient manner. Could be better, could be worse. I guess maybe, like everything, you only do the work if you realize that the work is necessary. So for some reason, they never felt the need to make it faster. I can tell you that there is an issue about it. Let me see if I can find it. Caching or serializing a TS query. I'm working on a static site generator in Rust. Want to guess which one?
Wait, I'm guessing this is Zola then.
Actually, I'm not sure, but I think so.
Oh, hang on. This is Seb K. This is the guy who taught me so much Rust. That
Really?
dude's a bit of a hero. He made it probably isn't Solar. He made Rocket in the early days of Rust, which was this kind of a Django but for Rust sort of thing, right? It's supposed to be like a whole thing. But it was really good. But that guy told me so much stuff. He's super nice, and he was hanging out on IRC when that was a thing. And I'm like, he's a bit of a hero of mine for being so helpful and patient when I was just bumbling around with Rust.
Yeah.
Interesting. So 2022 then.
Yeah, let's see what he has to say. I'm working on a static site generator in Rust. So yes, it's not probably it's not Zola. Although I've seen this issue be mentioned in the Zola. Here.
Yeah, there.
Investigate three-seater to replace Syntect. So Zola does not use three-seater. They use Syntect, which I think it's a Rust library to load.
Yeah, that's what I'm using for my syntax highlighting as well.
Where? In Neobim?
So I'm working on a tool for videos where
Oh.
where it prints the code to screen, and I'm using syntax for
Oh, I see. Like
syntax highlighting.
for animating like code transformations, that kind of stuff. Cool.
The problem there is that I ended up using diffs to sort of diff between files, what to print and what to do. But that generates code that I can't syntax highlight. So I have to generate it. I don't even know how I'm gonna do it, right? I'm gonna have to run syntax highlighting on it after it's been created. I have no idea how I'm gonna do this, but yeah. Anyway, different issue.
So, yeah, let's see what he has to say about this. I'm working on a static site. Actually, you know what? Sorry, before we read this, let me show you just one thing. So, you want to see how fast it takes me to render everything if I don't do syntax highlighting. Let's do that. Okay, so I'm gonna basically turn off syntax highlighting.
So to answer Bytes Watcher, I think the actual highlighting of the syntax is probably fast, but to load the grammar for doing the syntax highlighting is slow.
Correct.
So parsing the description of how to highlight is slow,
Yeah,
but not the actual job of highlighting.
Correct. Highlighting is super fast in Tracy. To be clear, it's not even the grammar. So the grammar, every language has a grammar. That's a dynamic library that gets precompiled, and that thing is fast. You have it in there, and it's like the parser that implements that grammar is really good. It's really fast. It's also really imprecise. So Tracy is an imprecise parser. Like, you do not want, let me tell you, I learned that the hard way. You do not want to use Tracy as a parser for a language to do something that isn't syntax highlighting. I promise you. That said, so here's what I'm doing. I'm basically doing this. I'm saying that every time you want me to syntax highlight code, I will not syntax highlight it. I will just make it HTML safe. So it's not gonna. It's like there is some transformation happening, but not a ton. I'm just making it HTML safe means that I'm basically escaping, symbols so that they don't interfere with HTML. That's pretty much all I'm doing. The reason why this is a var and not just an if true is because if I do if true, then Zig will complain that there's like unreachable code, and I don't want to deal with that. So I'm kind of tricking it into thinking that this is a runtimey thing, so that it doesn't complain about the code that remains behind it. Okay, so I'm gonna put it here. I already built because I had watch in the background. So let's take a look. Hyperfine Zine release. Oh, wait a second. We need to take off Tracy. Right. You just declare the grammar using JS, and a tool Tracy wrote makes it a C file. Yes. Oh, like you were asserting this. Okay. You can do if true. But then if you return from inside there, then Zig will complain that you have unreachable code, which is true. It's just that in my case, I don't want to have to touch everything. So this is without syntax highlighting. 5 milliseconds.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Keep in mind also for the people watching, it's 5 milliseconds because it's very parallel. Like there's an initial part that's kind of sequential, but then once we are like analyzing pages and rendering them, that happens fully parallel. Like I can maybe show you.
Yeah, let's have a look at some multi-threaded SIG.
Well, okay, it's not killing everything. Well, it's kind of, honestly, it's kind of trivial the way this works, because there is not a lot of things that have to intercommunicate while doing the parsing. Like the way I'm staging the the processing is so that to minimize communication points between things. So the way it works is that at the top of main, I print my warning thingies, and then I start what I call worker. I should call it pool instead of worker, but in any case, I start my pool and I literally spawn one thread per CPU core. So I'm like literally calling thread spawn, and then every thread is running worker function. Worker function keeps pulling from a channel. This is a global variable defined here. And the channel is, a channel like
ghost channel?
Yeah, like those channels, basically. So it waits there, keeps pulling jobs. Every time it receives a job, runs one job, and then as long as the channel is not closed, it keeps running jobs, resetting the arena. Every thread has an arena, and every time it runs a job, then it resets the arena once it's done. So what are these jobs? These jobs are defined here. So it's like you have parse a template, scan a content directory, activate a section, parse a page, analyze a page, render a page, install assets. And so most of these things happen in parallel. So then if we go back to main, the way it works is that depending whether we are in a simple site or in a multilingual site, let's take the multilingual case. If it's a multilingual website, it means that it has multiple content directories, one per each language. And so we create a scan job for each locale, so for each language, where most of it's the same, but what really varies is the content directory, because it's unique per language, and like information about like what's the language code, that kind of stuff. And so that happens. So you have first the scanning happening with some parallelism if you have a multilingual language website. Otherwise, it's just one thread that does the content scanning. Then we scan templates, site assets. Right now, I'm not sending this to a thread. I'm actually doing this in the main thread before we wait for everything else to be done. So I basically schedule these jobs on other threads. I do some work myself here, and then I wait for the previous scheduled jobs to be done. So I have basically, you will see that every stage it's basically defined, like marked by this worker the wait at the end. So after we survive this wait, which by the way it's implemented as a wait group, which is a reset event, which I think it's not a Zig specific concept. I think that's more universal concept. In any case, once we do this, we start reporting errors. If we discover that there's a file with like translations or of specific keywords, if we discover any error in there, we report it. Even if there were errors, we don't stop. We continue. So we continue. And by the way, as we report errors, we also schedule other jobs to continue analyzing stuff. Then we wait. Then we parse. So we schedule parsing and keep reporting errors as we do. Then if there were pages to parse, we wait. And then we do analysis. So it's kind of like this. So we do a step and then we wait. We do a step and then we wait. And then finally, the final step is, second to final is report a bunch of errors. Report more errors. There's a bunch of error reporting. Zine complains a lot. Template errors, blah, blah, blah. So if there were no errors, let's say the opposite. If there were errors with internationalization stuff or some collisions, like two files want to be output to the same output location, which is an error, or any other error, then we exit here because we reported some errors and we don't want to continue. If none of that happened, then we schedule rendering. And then we wait for rendering to be done. And then we install assets. And if tracing is enabled, we sleep for 100 milliseconds. That's it, basically.
Okay, so progress Tracy end, which should do the end of Tracy, right? They should write.
No, so this is a progress bar thing. So let me show you what that looks like. So this is gonna be too fast, isn't it? Yeah, this is gonna be too fast. Okay, give me a sec. Let me reintroduce this guy. Let me also do this. So I'm also introducing an artificial sleep because that's the only way I can show you this thing running slow enough to show you what that thing does. Also, you know what? We can also help by making this, by making a debug build, which is also faster. Okay, so this is going to be a super slow debug build. So it's actually this. It's this progress bar thing that I'm... yeah, that's what that progress stuff is basically orchestrating this progress bar system. It's not exactly a bar, but you know, it's a progress system. So no, for Tracy, I don't have a specific like Tracy end. I know that there is one. I just don't use it. So I just basically put on the progress bar that we're waiting for Tracy, and then we just sleep and then everything ends.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, progress Tracy is just adding Tracy to the list of
to that list. Yes.
Going. All
yeah.
right.
So that you know that that's what you're waiting on.
Right. So it has nothing. Okay. Cool. So I was just curious. Like, is there no? Now I have to look it up. Right. Can you await Tracy profiling to finish?
Yeah, you can totally do it. You can absolutely do it. But like if you put a tidy sleep at the end, it's I'm gonna pull up a link for you now. But like honestly, I think that like just waiting for it to sleeping for 100 milliseconds is like ugly, but it works.
It's fine. I think it's there are worse hacks introduced in the world.
Yeah, so this is how Rock does it. So there's Tracy no exit. First of all, there's this. If you have Tracy no exit equal 1, then you can get this out of Tracy itself. Well, out of the instrumentation, basically. So the way I think this works is that Tracy hijacks your call to exit. And so it puts like, it basically, I guess what, okay, I think I know what's happening. Tracy will instrument your main function, and then it will forcefully put you to sleep at the end of the main function. That's what I think happens.
Okay.
But in any case, if you don't have that like on macOS, that's how they did it. They added this function called wait for shutdown to the bindings for Tracy, and it calls this function that they implemented themselves called Tracy wait shutdown, where they do Tracy they're basically hooking into the C++ API. I would not be surprised if some, fancy Rust bindings to Tracy do not expose this already.
Oh, yeah. I've only used, there's like a generic profiling project for Rust, which allows you to sort of swap between Tracy and other profilers that I've kind of used, but I've not used anything that goes sort of Tracy to Tracy directly, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's kind of interesting. So that's Tracy. Now here's the thing. I never asked you what we did for the stream title, by the way. What do we do for stream title?
I only put there Kris&Toggle Show. Should I put something more spicy?
All right, this is it, Christoph. We're gonna up the game here a little bit.
Okay,
right? So
I have the tab
I'm gonna
open.
go and put the kettle on. Can you think of like the most inflammatory thing to say?
Okay,
and then we're just gonna add that to the title. And then I'll be like back in like 5 minutes, and then we'll make sure that we crank up this show to 11. Okay. Hang on.
Sounds good. Oh God. Chat suggestions. To be honest, there's not a ton of people watching, probably because it's not inflammatory enough. To be fair. Converting Rustians to Zig. Maybe. Turning all Rustaceans into Ziguanas, starting from Togglebit. How about this one? FastCGI Protospec. Dude, what's your fascination with FastCGI? Why do you like FastCGI so much? Wait, what is so interesting about FastCGI? I have a typo. Oh no, what do I have there? turning all right. Thank you. Updated. Viewers already increasing. Holy shit, it's actually true. So it is working. Oh my god. Oh no, the number went down. Actually, it was the typo. The typo was doing it. Anyway, by the way, this is really interesting. So for people who are like not like just to continue what we were mentioning earlier, which is, we took a very roundabout way of getting there, but the point is it takes 6 milliseconds. Hey Jim, haircut looks fresh. Thank you. It takes 6 milliseconds to run the entirety of the static site generator, to render, to parse, scan, parse, analyze, and render and install all the pages of a website. And it takes 20 milliseconds to load 3-seater queries, only to parse that file, which has pretty much nothing in it. It has like a fistful of Lisp thingies. Is the SCM read unbuffered or something? That would be interesting. So chances are that no, that's not it, because I believe that if you're using the C-standard library and like you're using file, a file contains buffering, right, by default. So maybe, who knows, but it's crazy. Can't you statically generate the output of the 3-seater loading? Oh, we'll get to that, Kavritam. We're getting there. You showed an issue for that, didn't you? Yep. That's what we're going to read next. So, sorry, I wanted to go into this rabbit hole first because I wanted to make sure, I wanted to show Toggle firsthand that, like, I wanted to give him, and I guess you guys in the audience, a concrete perception of what is the time scale of things. It takes 6 milliseconds, 5 milliseconds to process the entire freaking website. 5. Which is obviously more work than parsing this thing. So this is what we're gonna talk next about once ToggleBit comes back. Should I put some music on? Let me. I think a little bit of music might not be bad. 3-seater already in Zig when? Not anytime soon, I think. Oh, man. In the meantime, Vibe Coder front-end developer. About the job, we're on the hunt for a vibe coder, a developer who doesn't just write code, but orchestrates it through the power of AI. You will use tools like Cursor, Bolt, and Windsurf to leverage our API backend system. This isn't about grinding through syntax. It's about prompting, iterating, and vibing your way to a brilliant front-end product. You'll be our maestro of AI-driven development, turning ideas into pixel-perfect realities with a workflow that's as fluid as your creativity. And probably also your work ethics. I suspect those also kind of need to be fluid. As also your morality towards your users needs to be pretty fluid if you want to do this kind of stuff. 5 of 10 skills match: cascading style sheets, JavaScript, HTML front-end development. Which is worse, prompt engineer or vibe coder? I don't know.
All right, I am back. Vibe coder front-end developer. Okay.
Hey, Toggle. Yeah, I was looking for a job while you were away.
Okay. Is this a jam with AI frameworks like Cursor, Bolt, and Windsurf to build custom web applications from scratch? So this has to be like a joke, right?
Maybe it's LinkedIn. Can you even tell? Can somebody Can somebody who knows LinkedIn here tell us if this is a joke?
Jokes is Keeney.
Is there a link? Is there a way for somebody to procure a link to this job offer, this premium job offer?
I thought vibe coder was some bullshit that Prime had invented.
Yeah, by the way, what do you think VP stands for? It's VP Vibe Programmer. So vibe coder is just the short version of it, right? But I don't, they also say don't define yourself as a coder, define yourself as a programmer. Or somebody, they also say don't define yourself as a programmer, define yourself as an engineer. But so for now, I'm going with vibe programmer. That's VP.
But hang on, is there a sort of AI buttons underneath the AI powered job assessment?
Yes, by a good fit, tailor by like it's like AI has become like an offensive weapon. It's like they are inflicting on you AI, and you inflict AI on others. It's like you press this button, and like you're ready to slop your way, like to like yeet slop at the recruiter, basically.
So it's kind of like they generate some AI bullshit, and I have like an AI generated bullshit response, and in the end we take the content we get and then we run that through an AI, so we condense it to consumable parts in the end, right? So we just inflate the payload so we can reduce it in the end as well. So this is some kind of fucked up compression, right? That is inflated first.
And then you ask your government for subsidies because your business is struggling.
Oh man, I'm looking at the job post there, right? A vibe-driven developer. So, okay, can someone tell me where does the vibe thing actually come from? What's the etymology of this, right? The vibe programmer.
I sincerely hope that an AI suggested it, because if it's not coming from an AI, I don't want to use it.
Good grief. The meme is evolving.
Yeah.
Just go with the vibes. Yeah. But I have to say, so I used AI almost exclusively. No, I used AI exclusively on my stream today because I wasn't interacting with the lovely chat, and it was kind of helpful. But I don't know just yet, because I didn't get to the point where I could take it for a spin and try it out. But it did feel like it made me move forward, even though it might be, even if there's some inaccuracies with it, right? It made me move forward. So I'm actually on board with the AI thing.
Well, I think that here these people are kind of, they stared into the abyss a little bit too long, and the abyss stared
abyss
back at
stared
them.
back.
Yes. So they are supposed to sell crappy AI to others, but they kind of convince themselves that the crappy AI tools that they're selling are actually useful. Instead of convincing others, they convince themselves. And now they're hiring a vibe coder.
I mean,
front-end developer.
the text is. I started reading the job description, and it's already wrong. It says you'll use tools, such as, if you go up a little bit, it's already like mistakes in there, right? You'll use tools like Cursor, Bolt, and Windsurf to leverage or API backend system. To leverage or API backend system. The fact that people don't use spell check or proofread what they put out anymore, that is probably one of the things that saddens me. And if anyone reads anything that I write in the shape of an article or whatever, please tell me about it, because I think it's sad that, I mean, if you're chatting, if you're in a chat and you be like, "How are you, mate?" and they use like 5 letters to write that. I mean, you sound like a child, but that's fine. It's a chat. But if you're writing a post for public consumption and there's something wrong with it, you should fix that. Right? That's just,
Toggle though. I mean, so what you're saying makes sense, but here's where your reasoning falls short. If you're a vibe coder, do you think you will notice? Like, do you think that vibe coders will notice that there's a typo?
The thing is, I think if you had an AI produce that, it would probably not have made that mistake. Though. So
I agree. I agree. So your criticism is they're actually not using enough AI. They should be using more AI.
They are not dog fooding, right? These people do not believe in themselves. Okay, there's a confidence issue here. Okay,
I agree. It's like they're basically, it's like those companies that they're saying, "Oh, we do agile. We're doing agile. We're like, it's a dynamic workplace." And then you go there and it's like, no, they're not agile enough. There's not enough dynamism. The boss is always the same guy. It doesn't change every other week, or like maybe it changes, but it's like every other month, not every other week. And so it's like, it's not as dynamic as they made it out to be. So here it's like, oh yeah, we're like AI everything. And then I don't know, smelly human wrote this. It's like, oh no, man.
See, CryptoCode has some good tinfoil hat moments there, right? The AI introduces the typo, so it looks more human, right?
Oh, interesting. I mean, to be fair, there's a good amount of bullet points here, and I feel like this might
bullet points is now synonymous with AI generated stuff. Maybe we should make a new model just called bullet point, and it would just bullet point everything, whatever it is that you give it. It would be urology, right? It was just, urology will be bullet pointed, right? Kevin was all right. Didn't do much. Now he did. Right? Done. AI generated urology, right? I think that's how we should do it.
Yeah.
Okay, but I do find it interesting. Every time I see these kind of things, I read it, and because I asked the question, like, is this AI or not? And I read the stuff, and then I find these like mistakes there, and I'm just thinking, yeah, you're representing a company here with this thing. Like, could you not spell or write things properly? You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it is. There's probably a lot of inconsistencies as well, right? But it is fun. You can even do a bullet point as DSL with rhombus for sure. I don't know what rhombus is though, Dreadfire. What's rhombus? That's not an AI model.
If it's not AI, I don't care.
Exactly. If it's not AI, then why are we even bothering? Right?
Yes. Well, while we're on LinkedIn, let me manage my LinkedIn account. Learn more about Fortnite Productions. Wait, Day Fortnite Productions. Why? Why am I seeing this? Can I not see this?
What is Day
like
Fortnite though, right?
I have no idea. I was thinking, wait, there's only garbage in here. I was thinking there would be some people like asking me for a connection. Please go to LinkedIn and ask me for a connection. I look here. The social media network is delightful, and I can't wait to synergize with you all. So it's like add me on LinkedIn. It's like don't do that on the other social media. It doesn't matter. Unfollow the Twitch channel. Who cares? But do ask for a connection on LinkedIn. That's where the good stuff is.
Do people still do the thing where they go and they like what was it like? You gave someone like qualities or however it was like.
Wait, you mean like skills? You're talking about that?
No, I don't remember what it was. Like, as some of you who used LinkedIn back in the day, right? You must remember this. You sort of went and gave attributes or whatever to other people, like hardworking and like all this bullshit stuff,
like endorsements.
Yeah, exactly. Like this kind of endorsement things. Do people still do that?
Yeah, I have no idea. The only thing I know is that at some point in skills, I used to give like. So back when I was...
Can you not just put vibe coding in skills and nothing else there?
I think you could. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Okay. Bet. Will vibe coding be suggested? So like, for example, if I write CSS...
Come on, vibe coding.
If I write CSS, it's going to suggest it. Right? So, okay, let me make a poll. So make a poll. New poll. Question: will LinkedIn autofill? Don't cheat, chat. Don't cheat. I know that you're already all looking at your LinkedIn accounts and like looking into this stuff, adding vibe coding. Don't cheat. Will LinkedIn autofill?
If you are looking at your LinkedIn now, you should go to Laura's LinkedIn first, and interact with that before you do anything else. Is influencer skill? 100% Cold Cone. Can you not see the impressive skills that we have right now? We're influencing like mother right now, all right?
Okay, 2 minutes long.
We're just influencing.
So vote fast.
Shit, I gotta vote on this thing as well.
Let's see. Most people are voting no.
So what is that? If it doesn't show up, do you think that LinkedIn is kind of behind the curve then? Like they're not really staying on top of the game. They're showing that they're not that good.
Toggle, you know why? There's only one explanation. So they basically what they're doing is that they have a smelly human deciding what goes in there, like that adds stuff in there. If they had an AI decide what goes in there, the AI would have picked up on that stuff like in an instant.
Probably, right? The meat bags are ruining the content. We gotta do something about this.
Man, can you imagine there's gonna be a point where it's like, oh wait, this library looks interesting. Wait, it's human generated?
Oh no, it's written by human. No. God damn it, man.
Dude, look, I have a policy. No human generated code in my code base. There's no point. It's always broken, incomplete, buggy. And like you issue, like you file an issue and like the guy takes hours or days to respond.
It won't merge your pull request either, even though it's open source. I mean, what's going on, man?
Like they're also rude. So like every time I have a bug with a AI generated library, I just tell my AI coding assistant to file an issue for me, and like they usually sort it out in like it actually takes 10 minutes because the thing is implemented in JavaScript, but after it's done running, it's already merged like the fix.
It's the other way. It's the other way around, Chris. It's written by human is the new written in Python. Okay, written by human is bad. Written by AI is the new written in Rust. All right, it's a tie.
It's a tie.
It's a tie.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
A
random vibration. What?
Vibrational healing is in there. I mean, I guess that would be just ultrasound, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, so but there's no vibe coding.
Random. Do they have good vibrations though? Right? See if good vibration exists.
There's no vibe coding.
No, but vibes is a skill.
What about prompt engineering? So I'm not gonna make a poll for this one. Toggle, you vote. No prompt engineering. I say yes.
I'm gonna say no then, because I think LinkedIn is a zombie.
No,
It's dead. It just doesn't know
You
it.
think so? No. I think the
Mm.
prompt engineering is gonna be there. Project management. Can you man, you remember when project management used to be a thing that humans did? It's so funny.
I think it's does it have anything with them?
What?
Oh man, I feel like this AI prompting.
Is there?
Damn!
It's there. Let's go.
AI prompting is a skill. Oh, what's an ear prompter though? Right now, I kind of want to know what an ear prompter is. What is?
Oh, I'm guessing it's like a teleprompter, but sound.
Basics for actors. Oh no, I guess it's the dude that talks into your ear, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
So there's a lot of really gross devices here that looks like one looks like a small piece of genitalia. The other one looks like a tooth. None of that I want to put in my ear. Prompting was kind of half not suitable for stream.
So yeah, I mean that's good to know. So here's what I used to have. I used to have 4 skills, and I like gave myself skills like a character in Dota or League of Legends, and like I had a stun, a nuke, like a movement skill, and then like my ultimate was, I don't remember what my ultimate was. In any case, like yeah, I have 4 of those with like stats, mana cost, and like cooldown even listed. Then I decided it was cringe and I took it out.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, that's my history using LinkedIn.
Yeah, I mean, have you got anything good out of LinkedIn? Have you enjoyed anything from LinkedIn?
No, I think it's disgusting. The best of LinkedIn is just pumping posts in it and then never looking at it ever.
It's a one-way direction for keyword density, basically.
Yeah.
So just like put rubbish. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I have never read an article on LinkedIn that I have felt was.
Yeah,
I forget that the site exists. I don't even know how it's alive.
I will tell you, there is a I have met people who have discovered me on LinkedIn. So there's like to like, I guess the genuinely good answer to your question is the best that I got out of LinkedIn is meeting people that maybe I would have not otherwise, because they made the mistake of looking at LinkedIn. We don't do respect, but like that's that's pretty much it.
I have a link for you. I posted a link in your PM. This is the same guy who found the previous article that we looked at. I think was it the bed article? Maybe I think it's the same guy. This one is about a computer mouse, and I think this is good. Okay, well, it's not like high quality good. This is more like, why does this exist? Good, right? Oh no! Don't open that.
No.
No, don't open that. Whatever that is, don't open that, man.
Whoops.
I have to pull the plug on the OBS there.
Let's try again. This time is gonna be fine.
There you go. That's it. All right. AI ways, incredible. I have no idea how to read that logo. So it's AI ways, AI incredible.
It's always.
Always.
Oh my god. Maybe it is always incredible.
Is that what it's supposed to be?
Toggle. So Toggle, I was looking yesterday as some genuinely amazing AI marketing, like AI themed stuff. You have no idea what's out there. So you know what? So do you know, have you ever heard of a graph hunter?
A graph hunter?
Yes.
No. Is this where does this come from?
It's you know what? We'll get to that. Let's go through your link.
Yeah, but suddenly mine doesn't seem that interesting anymore. But it's what I can contribute to the conversation. But
Always incredible. Oh, maybe AI
I,
is incredible.
yeah, oh man,
This is genius though. Like when it comes to all the cringe AI marketing, this for me it's like top 5. This is top 5.
when was the last time you subscribed to a newsletter from a prompt like this?
Segmentation fault is like never.
I can't remember. I mean, we are
Never.
not the target audience, obviously, but because this looks like, I don't know, it looks like it could also be the logo for a funeral home, but it's kind of a weird like
Yeah.
thing going on there. But I don't know how many people would sign up for a newsletter like that. And I've worked for companies where we implemented these things, and I have never really seen these things bearing fruit. Right? It's been kind of
By the way,
odd.
people in chat are already excited on your side with "Oh no, not again!" So they can't wait to hear about graph hunters. So yeah, so basically this is
okay.
Yeah.
So this thing, right? Asus has made a fragrance mouse. Okay.
What?
So basically, the long and short of it is this: you can jam in a little vial of scented oil into your mouse, right? And it says personalized scent there. You're not supposed to drip it on the mouse, despite what that thing actually looks like, right? But see, you kind of sort of like jam a vial of scent in there. So first of all, I gotta ask, right? Have you ever looked at a computer mouse and at the same time felt like you can smell it like a sweaty gym sock, and you'd be like, oh no, this mouse is bad. I'm not gonna touch this mouse. It's revolting, right?
I mean, my mouses tend to like kind of degrade over time. Like the plastic gets goes eaten away by my, I don't know, acidic hand juices or something. So
it's all that like pizza soup you guys have over there in Italy that's kind of eating away. I can't really show my mouse, I realize, but I buy this like really cheap cooler mouse. I think this was like £10 or whatever, right?
Okay.
This mouse, it's very it's a little bit, what you see, like the white stuff here, it's like dust, right? So I just need to hoover this thing. Other than that, it's kind of all right. But I've never felt like a mouse needs like like an air freshener, like a car or a public toilet or LinkedIn, right? It's all just there. So they've invented this mouse that you can plug in this like scented oil cartridge, but under the personalized thing, it seemed to say that you can put any old like scented oil in there, right? And now I'm trying to understand the synergy between the scented oil, because if the mouse is like a heating element, and that's generally quite bad. You don't want that unless it's really cold where you live.
I guess it assumes that your hand is gonna do the heating.
But now, obviously, I know I'm not the target audience, but even like, I don't know who the audience is, but do you really sit with your hand on your mouse for that long? And
no, but I think that Kris has the answer in chat. You vibe to the scent while you vibe code. So you're a vibe coder. All you do, you don't type, because that's not that's an AI's job. So all you do is click around, where you basically, so mouse on one hand on your mouse, other hand, I don't know, wherever it helps you.
There's no way that sentence gonna end well.
Wherever it helps you vibe better, and then you just click around in the AI interface thingy, and you tell the AI what needs to change, while you also have the scent that comes out of your mouse that helps you vibe more.
But like maybe like someone should make an advert for this thing where some attractive woman walks past some sort of sweaty nerd wearing flannel, and she goes, "Oh, your mouse smells nice," and then he's just like, right? I reckon they'll sell it, right? That's because I don't know who would buy this, because it makes no sense to put a scented oil into a mouse, right? There's no synergy there. You could have one of those like scented candles or whatever you want in there, But
Yeah. So you know what I'm thinking? Something like this. It's like
yeah, but you gotta swap them around, though, right? I'd like to see the girl.
SWE wanna smell my mouse. Vibe coder. It's
With
like
scented mouse.
right.
I think. I mean, if that's not a winning formula, there you go, right?
Yeah, honestly, that makes total sense. I think there is a fatal flaw though with this product. So honestly, love the fact that it's angling for the upcoming wave of AI. Like this is basically an AI mouse, except that they so far ahead in the future, right? The point is not to put AI in the mouse. The point is to design a mouse for a AI user. That's the future. So love these Asus, but they made a terrible mistake. So I see that this I don't know plastic enclosure here, and also you mentioned that you can just put oils, right? Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like
So it's
you put oils. Yeah, but this doesn't only allow proprietary oil cartridges. And I feel like if that's the case, then this product
no, but that's the
is
thing.
flawed.
I think it's just like this just comes with some kind of vial that you fill up with. If you scroll up to like the personalized thing, there you go. It is
Yeah.
internal bottom compartment that houses a refillable vial that can be filled with aromatic oils. The removable vial can be washed and refilled with different scents. So
Yeah.
it's not really an Asus. Asus don't sell the perfume or the
But
oil,
that's the problem.
right?
That's the
They just
problem.
provide it.
It's kind of like you sell a printer. You also want to sell cartridges, and you don't want the printer to be able to use random cartridges, or like a coffee machine. You want to force users to use your capsules, not random capsules, or even worse, refillable capsules. Disgusting. Like
Oh,
the fact that you
really?
can wash this thing, it's so wasteful. Like wasteful in the sense of like there's so much value that you're basically leaving on the table.
I'm guessing if you're the kind of person who needs a nice scented mouse, you're probably also not the kind of person who would wash anything around your mouse. So I don't know, man. I feel like they're missing something there as well. But it is bizarre. Like how is this supposed to? How is this supposed to? Is there like because I'm guessing it's not like a heating element or anything like that. That's because that would be bad. It would take up a lot of batteries and all that stuff, right? So why does this exist? So who had enough leeway over at Asus to be allowed to make this product? Who walked into a board meeting with the mouse and be like, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? You want that? Yeah. And then they made this, right? Who has that sway, right?
There's
so either there's like a maternity test or paternity test has gone wrong, all right? And someone has been given a gratuitous job, or there's some other thing. There's some kind of Epstein situation going on over there, right? And they want to quiet it down, so they let someone just do whatever, right? Because there's no way in a functioning organization that someone would say, what if we make the mouse smell nice, right? That is the problem in the world of computing that needs solving. Yeah. We need to make the mouse smell nice, right?
This does seem like some VP of something that like somebody should have told them no, but nobody did. Like they basically this is like somebody
that's just intern allowed to run the whole thing. Yeah. Right?
Although Enrico, to be fair,
says the scented candles are a toxic scam, and this is why Enrico's house smells of man. Okay.
To be fair, like companies putting weird stuff inside of mice, it's not new, right? Like I have this
magnet weight thing.
Right? Yeah, this LG mouse. And it's like, there's like a weighted coin that you're supposed to put in here. So you put the weighted coin here somehow. Maybe I don't remember how you do it, but like you're supposed to put. Oh, I guess you don't put it in there. You put it in here first in the cover. Why am I showcasing this stupid thing? In any case, yeah, you put it here, and then you put it in here, and so now your mouse weights more. Is it good? I don't know. It doesn't really change anything, but
I mean, I can see that the mouse having some heft to it would be nice, having like a bit of a weight. But then I also saw like this video not too long ago where someone made like the smallest and lightest mouse. Like, not smallest in size, but in like material. It was like a skeleton of a mouse, and I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, so there is that, right?
I think maybe humans, like what they're thinking is that like humans in the future will not have like the muscles will atrophy. Their muscles will atrophy so much because everything will be done by AI. And so like a weighted mouse is just not desirable anymore. So might as well just put sense. Maybe the nose is going to be the last functioning piece, last functioning organ of future human beings with AI. I don't know. Honestly, I can't wait for AI generated smells.
Oh man, that would be. So I remember there's a book called Ready Player One. There's a movie as well. I don't know if they introduced the smell tower in the movie, but it like when he gets chasing this goal in the book, without spoiling it for anyone, like one of the things that he buys to sort of interact with the virtual reality is the smell tower, which is able to generate, I don't know, it was like an n number of smells and scents and all that stuff, right? But I think we have other issues too. We need like better tactile feedback in virtual reality before we worry about that, I think. No. Yeah. The Lumen wants a mouse to smell like kebab. You just smell your mouse on a Sunday morning, right? After a night out. I'm sure there's like half a kebab next to it and some pickles. All right, so Graph Hunter. What's Graph Hunter? I have no idea what this is.
Yes, like let's get to Graph Hunter. Although yeah, you know what? Let's take a break with the nonsense. A brief break. I know that people like want to chug more nonsense over and over. Let's take a brief break to conclude what we were discussing earlier about three-seater. So let's just read this comment, and then let's jump back into the AI, whatever.
The AI slop.
Yeah, the AI. So there's what's the name of that movie where you have like this long train where you have like the poor people at the very back, and then the more you go forward, the richer they become.
Was it something like Icebreaker or something like that?
It's Snowpiercer, maybe.
Show?
A TV show? No, I think it was a movie. Show?
But it's kind of in the future, dystopian, and they live in this class system on a train traveling.
Exactly, Snowpiercer. Yeah,
was it a movie or a TV show? It probably was a movie then.
I think it was a movie. At least I saw it as a movie. I don't know what Netflix is doing right now. Honestly, we don't know what the AI writers are doing. It's both,
it's
of
both
course.
Now,
of course,
it was a comic. I
see. So that's the AI train. In reality, like you say, oh, let's jump on the bandwagon or on the hype train. It's like no, the AI train is Snowpiercer. You have at the very back. So here's a question for you, Toggle. If the AI train is Snowpiercer, where do vibe coders live in that hierarchy? I would argue they're not at the very top. They're probably neither at the very back. I have no idea who lives at the very back, and I'm scared to ask that.
Do you think they're like the middle class then? But
yeah.
They also don't know about the other sections of the train. So maybe they're kind of like, they think it's just them. I don't know.
I would say they're probably the class that is not at the top, that is made to believe that they are at the top.
Like so the upper middle class.
Yeah, they're being told that there are classes below them and that you don't want to be one of those, but they're not being told there are classes above them that exist thanks to their work. Because the reality is this: the AI is doing a lot of work, but still you need a vibe coder. You can't have the AI do everything, right? So you still need some human being to do some kind of menial job to enrich the AI upper class.
the upper echelon of the AI.
Yes.
The Sam Altmans and the likes, right?
Yes, exactly. By the way, I'm trying to detach this stupid coin from that cover and I can't. I've been doing this like this. I've been spending the last 10 minutes trying to get this shit to separate and I just can't.
I had those. I bought a fancy mouse. It was recommended to me by my community, and I'm holding them personally responsible for this purchase as well. So I bought this Logitech G whatever, and it had like little weights you put into it. It was wireless and quite nice, and I didn't even have it a year, I think, before it died. Very disappointing. I was very disappointed in my community of that terrible mouse and not buying that again.
I have a G403 Hero. It's like pretty basic, like very cheap, and it's like I don't know, good enough for me. Okay, so let's read. Okay, one little piece of sense, and then we go back to the nonsense. So the before we went into the AI stuff, Toggle, I took like somewhat of a long tour. So we went the scenic route, but you were able to see firsthand that running the entire static site generator takes 6 milliseconds, and loading that one file takes 20 milliseconds. So so you know that there's something sus there. So let's see what Sergio has to say. Hi, hello. I'm working on a static site generator in Rust, which I hope uses three-seater based syntax highlighting. As it stands, creating a highlight configuration is an expensive operation. For some languages like Ruby, this can take upwards of 500 milliseconds. Jesus. Jesus. Sorry, out of curiosity. Queries. Highlights. It's what?
Not that big.
It's
154.
What? Maybe like it's so small. How can this take 500 milliseconds? Okay, where was I? Okay. But even for smaller languages like Bash, time to create a configuration structure is measured in the order of 50 milliseconds. Compared to the load time, to the total time to generate my site, 15 milliseconds without syntax highlighting, this is astronomical. In comparison, loading a syntax set takes in the order of 25 milliseconds, and this is for the entire set, not per language, as the 50 milliseconds measures. In an effort to reduce the time to create highlight configuration, I've started work on a fork which introduces the concept of hydration, in essence allowing a highlight configuration structure to be serialized and then deserialized, affording most of the structure's creation time. Please see blah, blah, blah for the exact implementation. The net effect of this patch is that it can be created in about half the time. The hope is to decrease this further, but to do so, it requires being able to serialize, deserialize a TS query, removing the need for hydration, blah, 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 TS query new entirely, which should reduce the highlight configuration creation time to nearly zero. So basically, and this is the final serious point that I wanted to make, is that we're basically like Neuroside, who is the guy that was super excited earlier about the graph hunting stuff.
I am just as excited, Neuroside. I think, you know, we're gonna be really excited together.
You're gonna be vibing together. If only one of you was an AI. If only one of you was an AI, then then it would be great. So this is what Neurosite is working on right now. So the idea is this: basically, I use it in Zine, but he made it for his text editor. So he makes this text editor. Let me maybe zoom out a little bit, which is written in Zig. It's like it's a TUI text editor. And in part of the work that he's doing for it, he has flow syntax, which basically is, I don't know what to call it. I'll call it a distribution of three-seater, basically, where it's three-seater plus all these languages. So there's grammars for these languages, and every language also has, you know, a tiny bit extra things in it.
Wow, this looks pretty it's pretty evolved as a text editor. Are they going all out with this then?
Oh yeah. It's like it's it's young. It's very young, so it's not yet as like feature complete as I don't know, like Helix, but like it's a serious project. And yeah, and so what he's looking to implement is basically what was described there. A way, basically, the idea is as part of the work to create this repository, he's gonna add basically a thing that at build time, when building this repository, runs a program that loads all the syntax highlighting queries, looks at the data in memory, serializes the data in memory in a, let's call it a binary file, and then that gets embedded into your final executable. And whenever you need to grab a query, you don't parse it from a file anymore, but now instead you take that serialized data, adjust a couple pointers because the way C represents that data is with a bunch of pointers in it. And so you readjust the pointers and now you have it. And so those 20 milliseconds become nanoseconds because you don't have the loading phase anymore. You, in a sense, preload them because they become part of the executable memory. Yeah. So I don't know, where did I want to go with this? I don't know. I think it's an interesting idea. It's curious because when you look at some projects like Three-Seater, you don't think that they would have big issues, right? I would argue that this one is kind of a big issue. 20 milliseconds to load a tiny text file, it's weird. But they do. And they're not always super ready to work on those issues. Sometimes they just don't care. And so you have to basically find your workarounds. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot though. Like 500 milliseconds is kind of weird. But would it make sense to do deferred syntax highlighting in that case when you load? It's like almost like not like a web page where the style sheet loads afterwards. So you kind of there's a word for it when it blips, but I don't remember what it was.
Yeah. So
you kind of see the uncolored text, and then you kind of color it afterwards, right?
Well,
but then you're gonna have to do multiple writes to the terminal, so that is also gonna be an issue, right?
Yeah. So he could do that maybe in his text editor. I would argue that's a suboptimal user experience, though. Like you wouldn't like the fact that your editor loads and then the syntax highlighting arrives in a second pane. I mean, it's a compromise that maybe you could make. But in this case, it's like, it doesn't have to be this way because it turns out that everything about Three-Seater is really fast. They're doing a pretty good job at everything, or like at least a reasonably good job at everything, except query loading. Query loading is weirdly slow. And so once you fix that, then you basically, like in my case, it's going to be a huge impact in the static site generator. In his case, those 20, 30 milliseconds, it's basically going to be 20, 30 milliseconds that he shaves off of the loading time for his editor because he has to load one syntax highlighting.
Yeah, and I mean that's a thing that I don't know why. Why? I mean, like we have better computers. We should have decent text editors. They should be fast to use, and like you want to get rid of as much of this craft as possible, right? I can see the convenience of grabbing Three-Seater, but now it feels like something that's almost a bit sketchy.
So if you're using Helix and if you're using Neovin with Three-Seater, or if you're using any other editor that uses Three-Seater, unless they did this thing, like unless they also provide Three-Seater, figured out that Three-Seater is behaving weirdly, and they have implemented in their own fork of Three-Seater what I just described, which they might have, I don't know, just like Sergio was hinting at. Unless they did that work, then you're basically like the cost in your editor to switch to the new file, 30 milliseconds of it are entirely occupied by Three-Seater being weirdly slow.
Yeah, and if you're gonna jump a lot between, then you might actually. I think like 30 milliseconds is that's for like Three-Seater alone, right? So
Yeah, Twitter
one might
queries.
think that 30 milliseconds isn't a big deal, but it kind of adds up, and it also takes away from your budget to do other things, right? So
Yeah.
we don't really have a frame budget in that sense, but still, it's like it eats away of your attention budget or whatever you would call it. Maybe not so much attention budget when it comes to that stuff, but yeah, absolutely right.
Yeah. But it's
yeah.
it's a little bit weird. In any case, so wanna smell my scented mouse? Okay, let's yeah, you were asking what's a graph hunter. So let me tell you how this story started. At least in NeoVim, Triciter does its stuff async, so it doesn't stop you from operating the file in anything name. Just a little time before Triciter coloring comes in, though. Okay, I see that, but it's also right not an optimal thing, right? You would like. Here's my point. That's reasonable. Honestly, if that's how it had to be, fine. It's not the end of the world. But it turns out that it doesn't have to be. It's just that Triciter is being weird about queries for no good reason. So, and people just assume that, they use Triciter and they just assume that these projects are good. The reality is that these projects are sometimes good, sometimes not good. And if you don't question them, then you get the bad alongside the good. And don't get me started on Markdown GFM. Holy cow. Toggle, you have no idea what's in Markdown GFM, like in CMark GFM. So the GitHub Markdown flavored Markdown parser. That thing is insane. It really shows the GitHub is a Microsoft company.
But this was way Common Mark was. No, wait, you said GitHub Markdown. I don't know if that has changed.
Yeah, I can tell you what the relationship is. So Common Mark has I think we can call it the reference parser, which is CMark, and the C in CMark stands for common, I guess. So that's the official parser, and that's fine. Then GitHub uses Common Mark Markdown plus some custom extensions. So it's normal Markdown plus tables plus strike through plus autolink plus they also have a couple new things that they added recently. So that's what they use. So it's a fork of the official Markdown parser. Well, that thing has incredible issues that you wouldn't believe. Incredible. But let's not stop us. Let's not allow that to stop us from.
I think chat is really excited that we're gonna go on this graph journey now.
Yes. So here's how it started. Yesterday, I don't know why. I think at some point somebody asked a question in chat, and I started looking at database homepages because I wanted to see how many, like, what the database were saying with regards to AI. Like, how many databases were going all in with AI straight up in the front page. It used to be that you used to use, like, databases used to be different based on what you were trying to do. So let me quiz you. Let's see if you are how up to date is your database marketing info. Let's say that you want to use a database for search. So you want to have a big database when you do a lot of search. What database would you use? Search is in
for a lot of
human
searching.
queries.
Now,
yes.
I would use Postgres with the new retext search, right?
Okay. The best answer for the marketing, it would be Elasticsearch.
But that's not a database, really. I mean, Elasticsearch is really cool. It started as a project by this dude who just wanted to make a recipe book for his wife, right? But is that qualified as a database?
I think it does.
Sorta. I think you would use a database as a data source to index your Elasticsearch, to build your Elasticsearch in it, but I wouldn't qualify it as a database. I mean, again, without getting into the whole what is the definition of a database, I would say when you're choosing your tech stack, you would not choose Elasticsearch and you do your authentication and store your credentials and store like everything in Elasticsearch. You would store that in something else. You would use something like Memcache or Redis for the caching thing. You use Elasticsearch for your search. That's the kind of world that I used to live in, right?
Yeah.
Not so much anymore. So a lot kind of could possibly have changed, but
a company that I worked at used to put authentication in Elasticsearch.
I did read an article by one guy who said that they dropped the database and put everything in Redis. So I mean, that's
nice.
that's pretty brave. I mean, like part of the post was like, we're okay if we lose a bit of data, and I'm like, well, that's a good attitude, but okay. Because Redis has, you know this of course, but it has the facility to write to disk and to load, but it's just not. You just don't have a guarantee necessarily of that everything's going to be written to disk and so on. Right?
Well, a lot of these databases at the end of the day tend to have issues like that. They just tend to downplay them. But yeah, okay. So let's try again. Let's try with a different marketing. So Toggle, you seem weirdly and disappointingly not receptive to marketing pitches. Which is disconcerting. So
at least, yes.
Yeah, let's say that you have a bunch of data that you want to put in your database, but your data it's mostly basically JSON files, and every JSON file is different. So like there's no well-defined schema. Which database are you going to use?
I'm supposed to pick something web scale now, aren't I?
Maybe. I mean, if your application needs to be web scale, then sure. So what's the name? What are you gonna pick?
Okay, now I think chat wants me to say
Postgres plus
MongoDB. So we're gonna say MongoDB.
Okay, I thought you were going to say Postgres plus the JSON column.
Search for that, right? But it's what you describe sounds like a document store, right? So,
yes. So you're gonna pick Mongo. Okay. Well, that used to be the case. So apparently nowadays, if you go to elastic.co, turns out that Elastic is the search AI company. So they're searching for AI. They don't know where it is. They're searching for it. That's what they do. Hopefully they'll find it. I sincerely hope for them they'll find it. It's also surprising that they haven't found it yet. I mean, it's pretty much everywhere, but they're searching for AI. So, so Elastic is an example of a company that basically rebranded everything on AI. They still have other stuff, but they lead with AI. So generative AI first and foremost. Then secondarily search. Search used to be their main thing. It's called Elasticsearch.
Yeah. Search was Search was the product, right?
Yeah. So now it's the secondary thing. Then they also had security and observability. I don't know if you ever used it, but like, if you like have Elasticsearch set up with Kibana and maybe a couple of other tools that pump information in and out of Elastic, you can like get up and running fairly quickly. A reasonably decent like UI, like admin UI, where you can run analytics on your Elasticsearch database. People used to love this stuff, so they used to sell a lot of Elastic based on to be used to do observability, to do security. There used to be a name, right? What's the name of the stack that is based on Elastic? It's like Elk, I think. Elastic.
Maybe. So after the LAMP stack, I stopped following these things.
Elk was Elastic something Kibana. I forget what the L is supposed to be. What's the L? It's not because of Elastic. It's a different product. But I don't remember what it is. Well, in any case, they used to sell a lot of this stuff. Logstash, of course. Yes, Logstash. Yes. Logstash is one of those things that pumps logs into Elastic. So like you basically run an application and you have like you have a Logstash adapter for logging, and you log towards Logstash, and Logstash pumps this stuff into Elastic. But not anymore. now if you use Elastic, it's mainly because, well, either you're searching yourself also for AI, so you can search with them, or because you want to explore AI search capabilities optimized for running RAG workloads with a fully integrated vector database.
I mean, so the RAG thing is how you can sort of provide your own data to the AI thing to sort of it's one of the ways of I don't remember if it's called if it's part of training or if it's more like you provided additional data like a sidecar. But either way, that concept is kind of interesting to me because you could. I'm hoping that we have some means where we can give some kind of instruction manual or programming book or something to an AI, and then we can use that as the material and learn from there and ask it questions, right? So as a reference, because we can't look things up in books anymore. It's too big an ask.
Yeah, that said, I can tell you that all these database companies mention RAG. So,
oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it's not unique to Elastic at all. They all, it's like table stakes apparently now. So in any case, so if you're using Elastic, it's because you're doing AI. Guess what happens if you're doing Mongo? If you're using Mongo.
Let's have a look.
So Mongo, okay, I'll tell you, in their defense, they actually don't go all in with AI. They use the AI is pretty much the first thing that you see in the web page after the top menu.
I wonder if that's because the Voyage AI is like a secondary company. No, yes. hang on. Unlock the power of AI at the bottom of the page right there. It's right there.
RAG with Atlas Vector Search. So they also mention AI. They don't go all in like in AI like the other guys, but they're also. So long story short, why would you pick Mongo over an alternative? It's AI. There's no distinction anymore. You do AI with Elastic, you do AI with Mongo.
But all of these things is not, we're not talking about self-hosting anymore. Now it's all about paid services, right? Because self-hosting, I don't know. I don't think that these would be self-hosted anything. I think there will be.
I think you can download the software and self-host it to some degree, but like what you get with that, I'm not sure.
It just feels like that would be. Like
sorry, somebody rang the doorbell. I'll be right back. Sorry.
Yeah. I think like once like the whole AI thing happened alongside with like cloud and subscription, it's way too juicy for a company to give you this stuff for free. I can, even if you can self-host it, so it's kind of some sort of weird perversion of MongoDB with an OLAM or backend or whatever, right? I don't think that they're gonna give this to you as a consumer that you can download and run these things. I think it's gonna be more like you pay for this thing and then you still have like old school MongoDB under the hood, right? They have enterprise tiers to make your operation life easier. Maybe, right? I did not like MongoDB until they wanted me to apply for a job. Then I started liking it until I did not get the job. Yeah, so I saw firsthand the infamous data loss that MongoDB was known for. I saw that happen, and it's surveilled. And the thing is, I am very humble. Yeah, fuck you. No, I'm reasonably, when it comes to something going wrong, the first thing I think of is, did I do something wrong? Not, oh, the compiler is wrong, or the person who came before me is a twat and they made a mistake. Right? So no, something goes wrong. I think, oh shit, did I do something? And then I try to like backtrack. But in this case, it wasn't me. It was the bloody database doing it. But then after some years, they claimed that this thing's gone away. I only had to deal with MongoDB in one place, so it wasn't really an issue anymore. But still, right? So yeah. Oh man, Scott just throwing a firebomb into the chat like that. AILM uses vector databases, Postgres vector. But yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of databases for all sorts of things. But I haven't had to use a database for anything in a very long time. And I think if I were to use a database, I'd probably use a database that a friend of mine wrote called BonsaiDB. Not just because my mate wrote it kind of thing, right? But because it seemed like an interesting choice. The way it kind of ties in with things that I'm interested in, right? So I don't know. These days, I very rarely look for any kind of hosted database for anything that I want to do. I generally see databases as another maintenance burden that I try to avoid, right? All right, yeah. Christoph, you're alive. So there was not a murder at the door, or at least not a good one.
No, not this time. Or rather, I won. Today, it was a murderer, but today, it was actually me. He thought he was a murderer, but...
So you killed the small child asking for batteries or whatever. It's like, I don't know. So a small child at the door. We must commit murder. There you go. Wow. Okay. So
tell me another database name. Tell me another database.
Fire. What is it called? Firefly. Dragonfly.
Dragonfly. What would you use Dragonfly for?
I wouldn't, because I don't know much about it. I just remember it.
I don't remember what Dragonfly specializes on.
Oh, you know what? I actually made a list of databases for something that we were gonna look at one day. So let me see if I can find this database.
I'm gonna pull up Dragonfly in the meantime. The chat.
Okay, I have a whole list of databases here. When I say a whole list, how many is this? These are 9 databases I have here. In-memory data without limits. No AI.
No AI.
No.
So in-memory data without limits. Tons of throughput / costs. Dragonfly versus Redis, of course.
Maybe this is more of a key value story.
Oh my god! So look at this. Look at this giant Dragonfly projecting light into the outer space, while all these puny Redis databases blinking in and out of existence, like the entire lifetime. I
like the Redis thing more because it's doing things and it looks like kind of a fun diagram. It looks like it could have been a game on Windows 95 that would have been enjoyable. I'm on board with this thing. I think they've failed because the Redis thing keeps me more intrigued. I want to look at the Redis thing more.
Well, so no AI. Let me double check. No brainer. There is no mention of AI.
What about SurrealDB? That's at the bottom on my list.
So SurrealDB, we saw about that one yesterday. Yeah, so it's like
AI
super multimodal, but the AI stuff. So they have AI here, of course, but still, this is not like huge. The thing that I find funny about AI is that they have, where is it? Where is it? Surrealist, the Surreal user interface. By the way, this name it's too much. Like you call your database Surreal and then everything is surreal. And it's like, no, dude, like you're exaggerating. Here's the AI stuff though. Surreal Sidekick. Like you're just a database. So Surreal Sidekick, your personal AI assistant for all things surreal. So now,
but the thing is, that is so spot on because you basically
now it's surreal
hallucination right there.
Exactly. You have the AI assistant that hallucinates APIs that the database doesn't actually have. Yes,
that's amazing. Okay, what is?
Dude,
okay,
I feel the vibes. Do you feel the vibes?
I do. You know what?
I feel like this is
very much the vibes, isn't it?
This is advanced vibe coding, though. This is not just UI. It's like
there is something called KBD Plus, but I can't find their website now.
KBD Plus.
Yeah.
KDB.
Yes, sorry, KDB Plus, not KBD. KDB Plus /Q or whatever. It must be
KX products. High performance analytics database optimized for real time.
This web page this web page was done before. Oh no, shit! There's AI right there.
Let's go.
Even something that half the world has never heard of, and the website looks like it's from the early days.
Let's go.
It's still full of, it's gushing with AI. All right, what about
Yeah.
SkyTable?
They also have
one.
KDB.ai.
Yeah, that's the one, right?
It's a separate product.
SkyTable might be a thing, right?
SkyTable DB. A database for your next billion users.
Oh, but no AI. I don't see any AI here. We have found the database that doesn't post AI.
Honestly, this database is dead. It's like it's clearly not going anywhere.
Oh man.
Okay, more databases. Toggle, keep on coming.
Okay, that was SkyTable. What about Neo4j?
Oh, poor Neo4j. Poor Neo4j.
The world's most loved graph database.
Generative AI. Let's go. Let's go. Uncover hidden patterns with graph. Accurate, explainable generative AI with graph RAG. Yep. So you remember when people thought that graph databases were super cool and like the future, and it's like, oh my God, we're going to use a graph database and we're going to unlock so many things that are like so hard to express.
What problem does a graph database like solve?
None. Well, no. Okay. Okay. So here's my best attempt at pitching you a graph database. So the idea is this. Let's say that you want to run on your dataset. Your dataset represents a graph. Maybe not directly, not entirely a graph, not necessarily like inherently a graph, but you have a graph. Like you want to be able. It makes sense for you to treat it as a graph at least occasionally, and then you want to be able to run graph queries on it. So, for example, let's say that you have a table, like a SQL table, where you have phone calls, and phone calls are like from number to number, duration, and then the actual bytes of the recording, because it's like government, you're spying on people, whatever. So now you want to know maybe not only who called some guy, but also who called anybody that guy called. So like you want one level of indirection also. That's a graph query. So trying to implement these kind of things. And sometimes you also even want to do even like reachability or in the data set, and like expressing that over SQL is very non-idiomatic and very inefficient. So the theory is that the graph database not only gives you like a query language that makes it easier to express a relationship where you're looking for all the people that have at any level of indirection, but that do have a connection to a given node, for example, or something like that, but also that the internal storage of the database is better suited for that kind of search. That's the pitch. And they kind of try to sell it to you that's like there are so many situations where you want to run this type of queries, but since you can't in a normal database, these are all insights that you are that you're missing out on, I guess, because you just can't express those queries. And so it's just like it's a blind spot in your data-driven decision making.
I see.
Are you sold? Are you gonna buy my graph database now?
So, well, Coco said, is it just B plus trees all the way down? And props for saying B plus trees and not just B trees. So, but that's kind of
like what is it more inclusive?
But there is a distinction between the B plus tree and the B tree, because the B plus tree is generally more shallow, right? And it doesn't store data. It doesn't store data on the nodes or however. Honestly, I can't remember, but it's a guy who wrote a database, and he talked a lot about this stuff, and it made me interested in going and explore like B plus trees. And this was a long time ago, but okay. So it's a way to do relational queries based on something. That's it.
Yeah. So Kurtcon, I don't know. Maybe it is. Honestly, I know that different databases have different systems. Redis used at some point to have a module called Redis Graph. And that one wasn't like that. That one instead built matrices. And the idea is that, you know how you can represent a graph as a matrix, but it's like very expensive, like very wasteful, because if your graph is not like fully connected, then you're going to have a bunch of zeros everywhere, that kind of stuff. Well, but the advantage is that if you do represent your graph as a matrix, although you can still employ tricks to like save some space, but the idea is if you do actually do matrix storage, then you can use a thing called GraphBlast, which basically uses the GPU and matrix operations to implement those queries that I mentioned. So the idea is that then like you turn those, at any distance queries into stupidly efficient operations. Although obviously there's a lot of non-trivial details about the size of your graph and how that impacts your ability to actually run the thing or not. But it made sense, I think, for Redis, because Redis was always an in-memory data store. So the assumption was always that the data that you have in there needs to be able to stay in RAM. But yeah.
The next database I have on my list is DuckDB.
DuckDB. Okay, AI or no AI? What's your vote?
Oh, I'm gonna say no AI.
No AI.
I have faith in this. I have no idea, but I'm like thinking DuckDB.
So
too delightful a name. Anyone having a data than AI.
There is a precise. We need to be precise about one thing though. DuckDB is an open source project with no commercial angle to it. Then there's a startup called MotherDuck that takes DuckDB and builds clusters of DuckDB. And that one it's a startup. So here's my bet. If DuckDB has no AI in it, 100% MotherDuck will have AI in it. Are you ready?
Maybe, but I still say that DuckDB is then excluded from the AI bubble. Let's have a look. Oh, so far so good.
Why do they all? By the way, why do they all copy each other and have this stupid thing where they have like this definition that keeps changing? It's like I hate this. Sorry, I am so opinionated about marketing people doing this stuff because I feel like I hate all of them. We'll see an even worse example of this later on. But like I hate how these marketing people cannot settle on a form of prioritization. Like you need to find the one thing that you think people need to learn about your product first, and then you do everything else. And they just can't decide. So they say, hey, I have this genius idea. Why don't we put all the definitions in here and we have this funny animation that also this other competitor has. So we are going to look like our competitor.
They do. I mean, I think that we judge them by the quality of their the code examples, and I think that these guys will will come up wanting, right? Because that code font is too small, right? It doesn't stick out enough. The code example there is bad.
It's true that it's weird that the code sample is this small, and this heading that like this is a menu that modifies this code sample, and this is so big. Because they know that this is the right size for an interactive element of this kind, but then their code samples. So this one is small enough, and they could make it bigger. But look at the other ones; they are too big. So like the Node.js one is too big, so they had to squeeze it.
Do you think they shrunk the font size to fit more than anything?
Yeah, guaranteed. I mean, you see this, right? This guy is basically. It couldn't be much bigger than this. Maybe even
no, and it's gonna follow that like stair thing in the graphic there, right?
So like figure class highlight, class code, class lines, class font family, font size 14 pixels. I bet you that if we do 15 pixels,
really, and this is not the computer style even.
Why does font size only change the vertical sizing? What
this is completely insane. The font size is in pixels.
Let me add the important just to make sure. Wait, what is going on here? Why is it not changing the font size?
That is very weird. It looks like you're changing the line height instead of the font size. But that's so weird. Do like 1 EM or something and see what happens. That is just
What?
insane. This is. I'm so happy this is not my world anymore. Every
What?
time I see some nonsense like this, I'm just. It's like I don't have to deal with
How?
this.
Font size 1 EM.
That is insane.
What?
That is absolutely insane.
Font size. There we go. Okay, we found it.
Hey, there you go. Oh my god.
So you could do even 15 moves it on moves. You see line 2 and 3. So they chose the biggest font size they could afford.
This looks like it was like it was made by a designer who had no idea about the content they were designing for.
Dude, marketing is hard. I'll tell you the one thing. I'll say one thing in defense of DuckDB. DuckDB is I went to the DuckDB offices. It's they are from the Netherlands, and it's mostly C++ programmers and people that are doing like PhDs and like they are studying in the CS University in there and like in Amsterdam, I think. Yeah, in Amsterdam. And so it's like, honestly, if you look at it from the perspective of, it's not a company that's trying to sell you a product and they're just trying to have a good website for their open source project as a bunch of C++ programmers and researchers. It's plenty good. This is clearly a mistake. Like this has clearly gone wrong.
Yeah,
100%.
It was very wonky.
Yeah.
All right. What about InfluxDB?
Wait a second. We have to look at
here.
MotherDuck. Where's MotherDuck? Do they have a link to MotherDuck in here? Data import, code of conduct, status page, foundation, Duck Labs. They don't even have a link to MotherDuck.
But maybe they're not really affiliated in that sense. Maybe like MotherDuck has built something on top of DuckDB, but there's nothing going from MotherDuck to DuckDB. Then right?
DuckDB owns some stock of MotherDuck, the DuckDB Foundation. But in any case, MotherDuck. Making big data feel small.
Okay, so I mean, there's a duck on roller skates. I think they've already won, but there's no AI so far. I don't know.
There's a DuckDB in action book. Why MotherDuck? Data warehousing without the overhead. Blah blah blah.
There's no AI in here.
There is no way.
If there was, it would have been at the top, right?
There is just no way. There's just no way. Okay, I'm gonna search for it.
There's no AI in this.
Email. There is no AI.
There's no mother ducking, no AI. Okay. Look at that. I mean, we probably would find some if you went to like visit the blog or whatever, but maybe they're not like capitalizing on the AI stuff, right?
Crazy.
They're not going nuts about this.
There's a couple of AI results that are showing up in here, but I don't know where they are. I think it's in the tweets probably.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe it could also be like that it's hidden.
Yeah. Oh, I see. I don't know. Okay, so yeah, no AI. I'm surprised by this. Now I worry about the future of MotherDuck. What are they even doing? Okay, what was the other one?
Look, there's only so far you can go with a duck on roller skates, right? That's only going to carry you that far. So if they don't get on the AI thing, then I think they might be snooked, right? They're stuck, not going anywhere.
Okay, InfluxDB.
Time series. Here we go.
Yeah, time series also used to be an important thing, right? Now you don't need time anymore. You just need AI.
Yes, time series. I think time series was big in the crypto space as well.
Right, because it gives you a line that goes up.
But it was also like all the exchanges and stuff use time series databases.
Oh my god! Look, these are the use cases that are showing. Useless stuff. Manufacturing. Who needs that?
Oh my god, who does that?
Yeah, energy and utilities.
Nerds.
What? I mean, I have a Tesla. I don't need energy and utilities.
Telecommunications. I mean, come on. Why would you need that? If you have AI, you can just talk to that. IoT. Oh man, this is the beds right there. Though, right?
Oh yes. Industrial IoT. These are like bigger beds.
This it's like the brothel, man. It's right there. Aerospace as well.
Aerospace.
I quickly moved away from that comment. But there's no AI here either. And they're in San Francisco as well. If they would have been in the Valley, they would have been straight up AI and a lot richer, of course. Oh man, what about CockroachDB then? Now that's a delightful name.
Yeah, let's find another one. By the way, they also have a code sample that, in my opinion, is a little bit too small.
Yeah,
they all make the same mistake.
Yeah, I mean, again, the code, but this code sample had the overflow, right? So they could have they could have made sense.
Yeah, they could have. So, what was the other database that you wanted?
CockroachDB. I only got 2 more databases on my list now. After this one.
Okay, let's see if you have the one with Graph Hunter. I don't think you do.
No AI, but they sure like to put the names of things in there.
So
right?
Cockroach Labs, man, the website has changed a lot. When I saw it the last time, they didn't have immediately all the testimonials, like all the company logos. Holy shit! Yeah, so for them the bigger thing is scaling. So it's like high availability, scaling, consistency.
That video, these people look really disenfranchised and not happy. They look a bit, but that guy was a bit more chill.
Look,
generative AI, there you go. I found it. Generative AI in the bottom. They like, it's really in the footer. They do not advertise that well. There you go.
Yeah.
Generative AI.
But they do have a page for that. So, just to not miss out on anything. That's cool. I have to say one thing though. It's like, what? These people are not happy. So I don't like the Zig project is not in a position to really judge them. But like it's like their product is called Cockroach. So
it is a really unpleasant name for a database.
It weighs on you after a while. Like you're a salesperson, and it's like, yeah, I'm selling CockroachDB.
I mean, like, if you're a salesperson, you're already a cockroach, right? So it's a little bit, oh, that was brutal. I'm sorry. If there's any salespeople out there who, still have some integrity, I do apologize for that comment.
Sorry, by salespeople, you mean solution architects.
Solution architects.
That's the term. That's the term that these companies use. Yeah, it's not sales.
Okay, so let's see. What was the first database we started with? Because I think I might have gone in the wrong direction here.
I think we started with Elastic, but that one does not have graph hunters.
Where did we go after? Okay, so I got 2 left. Have we done Scylla?
No, let's go do Scylla.
Okay, Scylla. And the other one is
it going to have AI or not?
Scylla database. I don't even know. I don't know anything about Scylla. And that would be SCYLLA. I think I might be wrong.
Yeah, I believe it's Cassandra, but written in Rust.
Oh, really? Oh, then
people maybe can correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm gonna say no AI.
Garrison says it's Cassandra, but good. So, yeah. What do you mean? It's C++. Then it cannot be Cassandra, but good.
Straight up AI, okay? There's all AI from here on out.
Then it's
Book an expert. All right, let's see. What do we got here?
Is this an AI chat?
Can you type? No.
No, you can't even type. Then, okay, never mind.
Man,
what a shitty thing.
They got nothing.
What even is the point?
Yeah.
If I can't chat with AI. So, it's C++, so it can't be good. I'm joking, by the way. But, So where's the AI stuff? Sorry, I was hyper focused on the C++.
There's no AI so far.
No, there's no way there is no AI.
There's no AI.
Sharper Core IO scheduler. No SQL events.
Not
Monsters.
even like in there.
Monster scale. That's what. Once you're done with web scale, then you
go monster scale.
Monster
That's
scale.
how it goes.
Flustered with Cassandra. Wait, that's the Cassandra logo. The eye, but with a teardrop.
maybe that's half a picture of Cassandra, and that's how she feels about the whole thing.
Oh man, frustrated with Cassandra. DynamoDB costs unsustainable. Struggling with MongoDB at scale. Interesting. So basically, you look at this, and what this is telling you is that Cassandra works, but it's annoying. MongoDB sucks once you have a cluster that's big enough. And then DynamoDB actually works well, but it's expensive. So it's
too expensive. Yeah.
Basically, it's interesting. To some degree, it's like you can get better marketing. Like you can get more information, more valuable, like factually valuable information by looking at marketing done from the competitor's perspective. Like there's more truth in this than probably the respective websites. So really no AI?
Not even in the footer.
Availability, training, unsustainable training. No AI. Holy
so this
shit.
database is dead by the end of the year. No one will remember SurrealDB.
Also written in C++. So also they can't be like US government doesn't want to use them anymore.
That's right. They're going to be banned by the government. And let's not forget that there was a certain government out there who used Excel to track information and lost all of it.
Well, they had to.
COVID.
They had to. Like, where would they put the data? In here, it would be lost. It would be corrupted. It would be unsafe. So basically, Excel was the only thing that remained for them to use. So
Amorke has a good point. Right? If you look at that graphic that's moving down there in the bottom left corner, it definitely sort of screams Pac-Man, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It's got very, very like,
I'm also honestly disappointed by these custom-made graphics. They're clearly not AI generated, and I don't know. It reeks of like smelly humans writing this stuff.
Filthy human coding, yeah, definitely. So the last database I have on my list is DynamoDB. I don't know if we looked at that one.
Yeah, let's look at DynamoDB. No, we haven't. So that's the Amazon one.
Is that Amazon?
Yeah, it's Amazon.
Well, I mean, even if it doesn't have AI on, does Amazon have their own AI agent, right? Surely they do.
They probably have AI stuff in their cloud.
I mean, like Microsoft, Google, Facebook, all these guys have their own AI thing. Although surprisingly, and you gotta credit where credit's due, Facebook open source their stuff, and I think that's pretty good. As much shit as I want to give Facebook, that part was actually pretty good.
What the fuck does explainer mean? Also, why does the label disappear?
What does that do? What is that?
Explainer. I don't know. By chatting,
just ask a question. What does the explainer do? That's the question.
Is this AI?
It would be nice if it goes, "You are correct," and then it.
Holy shit! It actually is.
A chef, an Italian pizza maker.
Let's see how strong.
Oh no! Oh no! The crib. Do you need help?
I feel like we were getting the answer, but then another model killed it, China style.
There
Disappointing.
See, this is the world we live in. If you look at what CodeCon says, they only open them all to slow down Google and Microsoft. But this is how we are as humans. Even when a large, horrible corporation does something good, we're now so jaded and cynical that we can't see it as good, right? Even if Facebook ended world hunger tomorrow, we'd be like, yeah, but that's just so Mark Zuckerberg can get out of some other bullshit scam that he's now
Yeah.
involved in with the government or whatever, right? We're so jaded, aren't we?
God damn it. This AI is too smart for me.
Oh,
man. Okay, so
a broken clock is right twice a day. Well, yes, if it's analog. Otherwise, you kind of right.
okay, let's look at timescale. So TimescaleDB used to be the biggest competitor to Influx, and Timescale is an extension of Postgres. So it also has going for it.
It does the time. Oh my god!
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Oh, this. Here you go. Let's see if this will work.
Wait.
Oh no!
Wait, there's a pizza slice! There's a pizza slice! We succeeded! We succeeded!
I didn't see that first. Oh, that's marvelous. Oh man, can you ask it for a code example?
Sure. In which language?
In SIG.
Okay.
Oh no.
I think these integrations are still a little bit too weak.
I would have thought that these integrations were going to be like the first thing that people do with AI. So you can, I mean, these kind of make sense if you have, because we had these chatbots before AI, and now we have AI, so the chatbots can be this. I think this one is very critical.
Yeah. It's not
but,
doing a good job.
Yeah, no, I think it's like this is the one thing, because the chatbots that you had before, they were never any good. They would like weird keyword matching, terrible algorithms sort of thing, right? Now with the AI, they can actually be useful if you give them access to. I mean, you have RAG on the front page there. It should definitely be, make use of it. But well, CodeCon, that's the thing that could have changed, right? They could have made the chatbots better and more usable, but they're simply not, right? I think people got a little bit scared when was it there was like some airline company that were forced to sell tickets for $1 or whatever it was, because their AI bot thing presented them with incorrect information, and or however it was, right? So they made bookings and stuff. So there was a lot of AI in the database space now.
Yeah. So okay, this was the last one that you had. No.
Yeah, I had Dynamo, Scylla, Cockroach, Influx, Dark, Neo4j, SkyTab, KDB, and SurrealDB. Yeah, that was all of them, right? That's all the data. I mean, we didn't look at MariaDB, but is MySQL still a thing, or is MariaDB sort of just synonymous with MySQL now?
That is a good question. Honestly, I don't know. I suspect that people have started using more Maria than MySQL over time.
I mean, this thing looks the same. This thing has looked
right?
like this for the last 100 years.
Start chat.
how is Oracle still a company? It's a testament to the developers don't have much say. Because I don't know, is there anyone in the chat who thinks Oracle is possibly a good company?
Oh my god, I have a chat and it's not even AI.
what skill issue is this?
Yeah,
man?
it's like there's a button.
Good grief!
Talk
right?
with a person. What?
Oh my god!
Who does that?
Goodness me. Well, actually, though, IBM Oracle did nothing wrong. Get out of here. You know, Modprog, it took me forever to understand your message earlier today about the Bratwurst thing, but then I connected the pieces, and it was the brain sausage. Okay, tell us, prove you're human. Oh my god,
These people.
That is so good. That is straight up from like 15 years ago. This is.
What do you mean? It's like an AI would not make math mistakes, right? So disappointing.
Hang on. Does this say 2 plus? Because I can't see. It looks like it's
2
either
plus
2
3
plus 3 or 2 divided by 3.
2 plus 3.
2 plus 3. Yeah.
I put 6 there, trying to see if it would understand that I'm.
Just see, if you wrote 69 lol, that would definitely have been a human, right? It would never have been. I mean, this thing feels like OCR and
Also,
whatever.
Why does it take so long for the text to change?
To mitigate timing attacks. That's what I would have said to them. Good grief.
This field is required.
Oh man, the day that we started adding this bullshit stuff to the front end, it was sort of
there we
bad.
go.
Oh,
there we go. There we go.
Oh.
Clearly, MariaDB is crashing MySQL. Like that. You remember the old memes? Where's the MySQL crash meme? Well, okay, I can find it. It used to be a picture of a dead squirrel in a water bucket, and that was it. Sorry, it's also black humor. Okay, so MariaDB clearly the winner against MySQL, no doubt.
Oh, but what about the biggest bastards then? Like, what about Oracle themselves, their database?
What even is the name of the database?
Oracle DB.
Is it DB2? No.
Isn't it just Oracle DB? It's just database.
DB2 is IBM. Oh, thank you. Oracle database
data is the fuel AI needs. Is in the first sentence.
Cringe. So 23 AI, great. Also, I was looking at this yesterday. Yes, it's interesting that it says it brings AI to your data. So it doesn't bring your data to AI. In reality, what all these things do is bring your data to AI. That's all they do all the time. But they feed your data to AI. But now in this case, it's the opposite. But look at this. Call US sales? No, dude. Chat.
Oh, good grief. I mean, that is kind of yeah. I'm not surprised. But yeah.
RIP. They're not using Oracle Database 23 AI for this thing.
No,
so
they're
obviously.
not. Right? They're no dog fooding again. It's very
RIP.
Not impressive.
Oh, but they do have the 2024 Gartner registered trademark Magic Quadrant TM trademark, non-registered trademark for cloud database management systems, not even trademark. Look, when you have to use your name thing and put a registered trademark and then a non-registered trademark thing, you know it's good. Only then you know it's good. Also, yes, all these images are horribly pixelated and like out of focus. And, like,
if you
quality.
like right click it and select open a new tab, are we gonna get a tiny version of the image? No,
this one is big and also with some compression. Let me pull up the previous one. This one is weird, right? You can see the pixelation. Open image in new tab. It's still pixelated. Oh man. Anyway, you know what's Databricks?
No, I've never heard that.
That's what comes out of the AI after it eats your data.
Oh goodness me! I honestly don't know what half of these things are. I mean, I can see the Neo4j is there, Redis, IBM, but I don't know, like Huawei Cloud, Alibaba Cloud, and then you get a Couchbase. Are these providers?
It's a mix. It's a weird soup of companies in that space that makes almost no sense, because yes, you have here companies that have a specific product, and then you have the clouds up there, and they also have database products, but they also have multiple database products. So what happens is that I can tell you how this stuff works, Toggle. It's saying that it's disgusting doesn't even begin to explain it. So have you guys covered Snowflake? No, that's a good point. That should be the next one that we look into. So do you know what Gartner is?
No.
Okay. I think they're called analysts. So basically, whatever. There's like Gartner is one of those companies that makes these reports that CEOs and CIOs and CTOs, like C-levels, read. They are absolute dog shit. They are worthless, useless, dumb, like genuinely inherently dumb and uninspired. It's like boomers producing garbage for... It's like tabloids, but it's business tabloids, basically. And so they basically, when they make a new one, it's a big deal. And all these companies, they all start stressing over trying to secure a good spot. Did we cover SurrealDB? I don't know. Maybe we did. Maybe we didn't. Maybe it wasn't SurrealDB. It's also...
It was so surreal.
Yeah, thank you. That's the word I was looking for.
A surreal sidekick, man. That has the answers. If you don't watch the stream, mate, then we can't help you, yeah? This is live.
Yeah. So all these companies start, whenever the time comes, they start stressing about how to get a good positioning in each of these analysts' reports. And so at Redis Labs, I remember that every time that happened, every year, everything would stop. Like marketing would stop everything that it was doing, like all the main like content creation things, just to focus on answering the questions of these analysts in a way that would make them go up and become and show up as like more relevant. It's useless. It's completely useless. And here's another funny thing. It's like this is the Magic Quadrant for 2024, and like it's been I don't know how many years by now, and Redis is still in the Visionaries quadrant, where Visionaries it's like it's supposed to be good, but nobody cares. That's the Visionaries quadrant.
I'm a visionary.
Yes.
All right then.
It's like Neo4j and Redis are still in here, dude. They didn't make any progress. Couchbase regressed into being useless. Cockroach also didn't make much progress, which is interesting. And then up here you only have MongoDB, Snowflake, the clouds, and Databricks. Fucking rip.
This is I mean that's Magic Quadrant for cloud database management system. What even is like a database management system is a pretty encompassing phrase as well, right? It could mean quite a lot, right?
Yeah. So this is Gartner. This is the stuff. Anyway. Okay. So Snowflake, AI or no AI? I know the answer to this one, so I can't speak.
Okay,
Or
I would say AI because of where it was in the. Have you triggered the wrong layer now?
1 sec. Yes, I did. Oh no. How?
He pushed the AI button on his keyboard.
Okay, I think we're good. Back to call Mac. Easy, connected,
Power your AI.
trusted.
There we go.
There we go. Let's go.
Start your day with AI and analytics the easy way. That's how you want to start your
Of course, it's like in the morning, cereal and AI in a bowl. Milk optional, but yeah.
We're gonna do a test now. I think we're gonna do it. Let's do a test where we ask. Wait,
is there chat? Did you see chat? Well, there's contact sales. That doesn't sound like chat though.
Sign up for newsletter. No one signs up for these newsletters. I mean,
no one.
There's just a way to get spam, nothing else. And
sometimes
back in the day, on a good day, you'd have something like from an email spam session, you'd have if you have a conversion of 2%, that was good, right?
Yeah.
So there's no way this is still viable.
Yeah, Redis Labs used to have a dedicated mailing list only for programmers, just for like technical updates. It was basically a mailing list that was supposed to not be, random marketing shit, but like interesting technical updates. I forget the name of the newsletter. Let's see, technical Redis Labs newsletter. It had also a funny name. Let's see, programmer. Yeah, I forget the name of that thing. It's probably completely lost in time, the name of that thing. Well, so guess what happened? They had this newsletter that was basically only used by the software engineers to talk about updates to Redis and like new software things. Well, what happened is that at some point, a particularly harsh financial quarter happened.
Just give me a second.
Sure. Oh no. It's not the wife. It's the Gartner. It's the Gartner people. They are coming for him. Are you good?
All right, sorry. Back. That was the woman that cosplays as my wife. Tell me it's time to pay the bills again.
Be careful, because
she leave.
She might work for Gartner, actually. She's like, in reality, she's just living here with you just to gather data and decide which quadrant you belong to.
That's right. She's just looking for data.
Yeah.
CryptoCard says it's fish. It's chicken for dinner, CryptoCard. Chicken. There's no fish. Actually there is. It's going to be fish tomorrow, but what do you think? Wait, like the numbers, I'm looking at your like stream numbers now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's 91 views. It's not too bad. But what can we do to boost these numbers? And then can we get some input from the chat as well? What can we do to boost these numbers, right?
Yeah, when you asked me to change title, I did. And that has helped. But maybe there's an even better title that we can think of. So what I put there did you see what the title is?
Yes, but I think we can do better. I think Salacious is onto something, right? We got slop programming, and so let's put AI slop programming with Elon Musk. Let's see how that does. I think I would like to see if something like that actually works. The next thing is shocking. Let's see it. Yeah, well, I mean, we have goals, we have targets we have to hit, right? This is the important as
Right.
solutions architects. We need to. Okay. This will be good. This will be good. Okay, so now we have to kind of ignore the numbers for a little bit, right? But
right.
it's already going up. It's already going up. It went from 88 to 93. Okay, we can do it, right? We gotta get past like the 100 thing, right? So what was it? By the way, speaking of Elon, okay, this is something we can't really talk about on my stream, but we're not gonna get into the politics stuff, right? We'll
go for it.
What was the thing that he did that people got upset about when it comes to gaming? Because I didn't understand the terminology. 100 viewers. Oh my god.
obviously.
Okay, pull up. What did Elon do when it came to the gaming thing?
I think we should ask an AI for that. So let's ask Claude and let's ask Grok. I think we should start with Grok. Okay. We ask Grok, and then I suspect that Grok, since it's a Musk employee, is gonna lie about it. Maybe not. They might not even care about it and just let Grok say whatever it wants.
What do with respect to gaming that made gamers mad? Primarily due to a controversy. Oh, so he claimed to be an elite game player?
Yes, I think he had like some kind of account there where he had like an MMO thing where he had, maybe people in chat can tell us what the game was, or maybe we can read from this thing, but basically he had like some kind of item that you're only gonna get if you grind a lot. And clearly he doesn't grind a lot. The only thing that he grinds a lot is like women half his age and I don't know, some kind of psychoactive thing that then he snorts or something. I don't know. Let's see.
So he claimed to be good at gaming, right?
Yes. So Elon Musk upset gamers primarily. You know what? Why? No. Okay. I'll read. I was about to say I think we should have an AI read this for us, but it's fine. So Elon Musk upset gamers primarily due to a controversy surrounding his claims of being an elite video game player, which unraveled when evidence suggested he wasn't as skilled as he portrayed. There's like, dude, that's the business he's in. Positioning, like acting as if he's something that he's not. That's the business he's in. It's like, have you seen him?
Con man.
Yeah, have you seen him trying to convince people that like he's deeply involved into SpaceX and making the rockets? He's obviously not. He's too busy tweeting and doing other weird shit with Trump. So there's no way he's involved in the like, he puts in money in SpaceX. Maybe he makes the stock go up or down, but that's kind of it, I think.
Do you think he has like a switch on the wall where it goes like stock up, stock down for Tesla? And then stock had been left up for too long. So he was like, what am I going to do for stock down? And that's when he did the salute.
I mean, do you remember when at some point he tweeted, I think that Tesla stock is too high? He tweeted that at some point.
Oh, man. That is too funny. It cannot be.
Tesla stock price is too high. Imo.
Do you think he was supposed to tweet that from an alt account, but he forgot to log out?
Yeah, because well, he can capitalize on all this stuff. Like even though obviously he has an interest in having the stock not go to zero, but he can capitalize on even this. Like he can sell before tweeting this and then rebuy at a lower price. He can short options. He can do all kinds of stuff. So if he wants to. So I'm not saying that he did necessarily, but he can. So
He waited 5 years before he put it in play, though. Oh my
it's so
god.
dumb. Yeah. So in January 2025, Musk live streamed himself playing Path of Exile 2, another complex action role playing game. Despite his character having top tier gear and a high level suggesting significant playtime, his gameplay was amateurish. He made basic mistakes like ignoring valuable items, fumbling mechanics, which experts and streamers like Queen69 and Asmongold quickly called out. They accused him of boosting, paying others to level up his account. It's like, dude, that's what he does. That's like it's his job description. It's like this is his job description. It's claiming to be an elite something and paying others to boost him. It's like that's his business. That's his business.
Oh my god.
So this was a big deal in the gaming community where skill and authenticity are prized. Well, sure, fine.
I mean, let's be clear. There's a lot of like cheating and stuff happening in the
Yep.
gaming community, which to me is insane because gaming was supposed to be fun and that's
Yeah.
it, right? But, okay.
There's also related to this. So I didn't I don't care about Path of Exile 2 or games of that kind. So like I vaguely knew about this, but I didn't know all the details. But I remember seeing also something related to Asmongold specifically, where basically Asmongold was having a private discussion with Elon Musk, as one does. And in that discussion, Asmongold was explaining to Musk how he has editors. So basically, he live streams, he yaps on stream, but people watch him and he's entertaining. And then he pays somebody to edit everything and put it on YouTube. Sorry, I don't know why I'm explaining this to you. You clearly know, you obviously know how this stuff works. But Musk did not. And when Asmongold, after this happened, called out Elon Musk for being boosted, then Elon Musk retaliated by sharing screenshots of his private discussion with Asmongold, saying that Asmongold is not authentic because he has a boss that decides what he says or doesn't say, what ends up in the YouTube videos or not. Because Elon Musk misunderstood the relationship between Asmongold and his editor. Like basically, Musk understood that the editor is not just somebody being paid by Asmongold, but it's actually somebody above Asmongold. It's like it was like, I don't know, 360-degree cringe.
That's kind of insane, and that's not like addressing the issue. That's like saying, yeah, but you're stupid.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't, and I don't think anyone thinks that any of these big YouTubers edit their own videos, right?
Isn't Asmongold's editor his father? I don't know, man.
Oh man, I have no idea, right? I don't watch. I've seen a bit of Asmongold's take on things, but they tend to be a little bit polarizing and a bit weird sometimes. So I don't know, right? His dad pops on his stream occasionally, employs a couple of people to edit for him. Yeah, and that's every big YouTuber out there.
Yeah.
If the channel has more than like 200,000-300,000 views, they're probably not editing their own videos, right?
Yeah.
Unless they are, into video editing.
Yeah. Oh my god. I mean, honestly, if his father knew how to do this stuff, like make good YouTube videos, etc., holy shit, props to him. But it's kind of unlikely. Oh man. To me, the funniest so I at a point in time I did watch some Asmongold, but it was long time, well, no, maybe not a long time ago, but like it was before the more like recent times where everybody has become some kind of political commentator and whatnot.
Yeah, I don't know why they all go there. That's so that But again, I guess I'm not the demographic. I stay away from all of that. Right?
So my opinion is this. I don't think that Asmongold nor any of the other ones are like really that interesting when it comes to politics. They're all kind of cringe. But Asmongold, to me, I used to think that Asmongold was kind of a genius back when he was doing World of Warcraft with another guy called oh man, what's the name of the other guy? People in chat, help us out. Got a McConnell Rat. Have you ever seen McConnell?
No, I have no idea.
Okay, so McConnell was another guy that played Retribution Paladin in World of Warcraft, which is a particularly bad class. And basically, him and Asmongold would always have these disagreements and fight over loot and like get mad at each other and try to kick each other from the guild and this type of stuff. I always assumed that it was non-serious. I generally think that they were never serious, but it was really entertaining because to me, it's like they were making like it's kind of like stand-up comedy in a sense, and like they were like, or like in, you know, like theater, and they were like making good theater for me, or like good TV. And I loved how this whole stuff worked. After that, you could also see them. They also had a period where they would play on the GTA role-playing servers. Have you ever watched anybody do GTA role-play, like Grand Theft Auto role-play?
No, I'm barely aware of that being a thing.
Yeah. Basically, at a point in time, it became a bit more popular with big streamers, so it gained popularity. But basically, it's a Grand Theft Auto server with a ton of mods on it, where basically everybody is role-playing in there, and like there's a ton of extra mechanics to make it kind of interesting. Like you have the cops that do cop work, but they also have rules. So for example, cops cannot stop you and like look in your pockets at random. Cops can look into your pockets, but they only
just like in the real world.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, to do that, they need to have probable cause. And so there's like all this kind of stuff. And then after the cop busts you and puts you in jail, and obviously jail times are like relatively short. They put you in jail for like hours, usually.
Fun game if you can't play for the next 10 years.
Yeah, no.
Because you ran over someone with a car.
But then you can actually, there's also lawyers. And so there's a court, and the court will look at all the evidence that was collected by the cop and then decide on like retribution in case that you were accused unjustly, or the cop did not follow procedure correctly and you have a good lawyer. And so in any case, I guess my point is that it's kind of like nuanced and complicated. It's funny. It's not like role play, like superficial role play. There's a ton of mechanics that make it interesting. And I remember that McConnell would enter the server and just sit on a bench. He would just sit on a bench and refuse to interact with anybody. And there was a point in time where everybody was like gathering around the bench and trying to get a reaction out of him. Which was also funny. And then sometimes the cop, I think, would like handcuff him and drag him into a car, and like they would force him to participate to things that way. In any case, that was fun. Political stuff, I don't know.
Nah, I mean everyone has these like takes on YouTube, but I don't rate them because they all have an agenda and they're all coming from some perspective. So either they're gonna say something that I agree with or that I disagree with, and it's all gonna be angled in one way or another. So I just don't bother with it, right? But no, I don't know. There's been some things he said that has really kind of rubbed me the wrong way as well when I listen to it. It's like there's sometimes like the humanity disappears from the conversations, and that kind of makes me feel a bit icky as well. But I think it's but it's Salacious. It's a good way to drive traffic, right? If you don't care, you could just you could just pick something to be political about, and you can drive lots of stuff. Like, we don't even have to talk about US politics because that's the basic thing that everyone goes to, right? If you think about things like what was her name? That Australian girl, Vegan Booty, right? completely unhinged woman who did a lot of crazy things, and she got banned from her own state. I mean, how do you get banned from your own state, right? You got to do something insane for that, right? So she left, and when she was going to go home, she was banned or whatever the story was, right? Completely insane. But all these like things that you look at and you go, wow, that's insane. First of all, it's engaging because you look at it, you look at this like train car crash in slow motion, like unfolding, right? And you go like, how can you be like this? And then there's the crowd that really agrees with what this person says, right? So you're gonna get both worlds engaging, and of course that engages a lot of comments in the like the YouTube comment field, which drives the YouTube monolith god insane, and then it starts pushing this content to everyone because it's so engaging. And like, so yeah, if you don't give up about quality, then just do politics, and it doesn't have to be that kind of. It could be like diets, food. Some other controversy. You can do something based on whatever. Right? You could probably become a really hated and successful person overnight. Right? I think absolutely.
I think that some people were going for like trying to be hated on purpose. I can't remember of any name. Maybe Casey Tron did something like this. But like there are definitely some people that kinda on purpose wanted to be hated. Because
absolutely,
it would just draw audience.
Speaking of like veganism, right? I mentioned vegan Buddha. There's another person, and there's a bit of overlap with like the exercise stuff I watched called Vegan Gains. If you guys have heard of Vegan Gains, you know about this person. Again, that is someone who literally will say like the most outrageous things just to get a rise out of people. And they would just call anyone a bad person, and sort of he will say that they deserve to have horrible things happen to them, and it can be kind of graphical about it, just because they're not vegan, and like in his narrative, and which I think is entirely like an online thing. In his narrative, if you're not a vegan, you're like the worst human in the world, and you should have all kinds of terrible things happen to you, and your family should be eaten by cows or whatever. Right? Like it's completely unhinged, right? But yeah, so like if you want to be successful, you can do that as long as you do it within a certain boundary. If you just go on YouTube, you have no following, and you just make like a racist comment, then you're fucked, right? You're not going anywhere. But if you do it within some kind of narrative that is very polarizing, very extreme, but you're being a little bit level-headed about it, I think you're gonna do well. The question is that how you want the world to see you? Do you want, like, I can't imagine walking down the street with my kid and someone goes, that's that racist vegan guy, man. Let's throw rocks at him and spit on his child, right? Because, I mean, that does not seem productive, okay? So instead, we program Rust, which is the morally superior language. And, you know, we'll just go that route instead, right? But so, this is kind of interesting. So what happened? The backlash intensified. Let's continue.
So this is the part that I was mentioning. So Grok also knows the backlash intensified when Musk admitted in a private X conversation, later shared by gamer Nico Vrex, that he had indeed used boosting to climb leaderboards, confirming the suspicions. Gamers felt betrayed. Here was a billionaire that I admired as a fellow nerd. Bro, you do not...
He stopped being that a long
The billionaire is not a fellow anything. Unless you're also a billionaire. If you're also a billionaire, then it's like trying to grease the political wheels of the new administration. If you're also in that game, then fine, consider him a fellow nerd. Otherwise, if you have $20 in your bank account and you're like in your mom's basement playing games... No, he's not a fellow anything to you. So, exposed as a poser who couldn't back up his bravado. His feud with Asmongold, where he leaked DMs and misunderstood the streamer's editing theme as bosses, only added fuel to the fire, showing his disconnect from gaming culture. Posts on X and articles from outlets like The Guardian and Forbes captured the sentiment. Musk's ego had overreacted, and the community he'd courted turned on him for it. So he made gamers mad, and guess what happens next? Guess what happened right after he made gamers mad?
That is it, right? That is the next video. Guess what happens next, right?
Yeah.
Oh, good grief.
Can I have the video? No, I can't have the video. Can I have the video here? Okay. So there's people occupying a make billionaires pay again. Okay. Where's the other one? I want to see the other part of it. No, this is not the one I wanted to show. So in Milan there were a bunch of protests and okay, this is insane that the thing doesn't load the video.
Of
course.
That gesture, man. There's what was it from the video? Yes, everything is computer.
Oh yeah, I can show that one next. Okay, let me see. At least in images, can we see that one in images? Yeah. Well, in any case, there were like a bunch of Teslas vandalized. So
but
next
the thing
time,
is that is just so insane. Why would you vandalize someone else's car, right? Because you disagree with like vandalizing a car that is owned by a person doesn't make any sense, right?
I don't know. The funny thing is that then you have to repair it, and that's more money that goes in Elon Musk's pocket if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, he's already sold the car that you vandalized. Elon's already won, so now you're making the person have to buy another Tesla car. You're making Tesla money by vandalizing the car. Don't vandalize the car, okay? Now, it really is insane.
So I don't know. I think that gesture is actually not that interesting. Of all the things that you should comment on what he's doing, in my opinion, that one should be at the very bottom. Because let me put it this way: this is like my political commentary. So you decide what the value is of that what I'm about to say. But if you ever played Secret Hitler, one technique that you employ as a fascist is that you want to force everybody else, the liberals, like your opposing faction. For people who don't know, Secret Hitler is kind of like what's it called? Like
mafia card game.
Mafia, werewolf, lupus in tabula, depending on how it's called where you live. So it's like one of those social deduction games. And the two factions are liberals versus fascists. So when you're a fascist, you want to make people focus on the wrong things. You want to put the spotlight on a detail that is meaningless, so that in the meantime, the other problematic thing that you're doing, for example, the number of liberal versus fascist cards in the deck doesn't match what came out. That's supposed to be in the deck doesn't match what came out, or maybe people, forget a detail or like misunderstand something and like misremember something, and so you want to make sure that they don't realize if it's to your advantage. You want to make sure that they don't realize the mistake that they're making, and so you make noise and you focus on the wrong things on purpose. And I feel like that's a technique that it really works in politics as well, where basically you do something that is maybe outrageous but also without consequences. And so that people waste communication bandwidth and attention spans on that thing, and they don't focus on all the other things that you're doing that they might object to. So that allows you, basically, it gives you more space to maneuver and do things to people that they otherwise wouldn't want you to do to them if they...
Oh yeah, it's a massive classic misdirection, right?
Yeah, misdirection. Yeah, basically. So, yeah.
Okay, but we did quite well with this like stream title. Can we get some more keywords from chat now?
Get it to the next level.
We're on 102. We need to reach like 112
okay.
next. Okay.
So what do we put in there?
Yeah, we need to get some titles from chat. What interests people?
I have it. Vibe coding. Elon Musk's next $10 $10 billion, 10B USD, 10B $ business. We need something to with ToggleBit, of course, and then we need something to replace the next thing is shocking. Vibe coding a Tesla competitor. Actually, you know what? Yes.
Hot Tesla drops.
Vibe coding a Tesla competitor at a $10 billion Tesla competitor.
There you go. There you go.
With ToggleBit.
All right. Okay. Let's see. Has it I need that link you showed on your chat off stream. Which link was that, Grey Hatter? And when are you gonna change that hat, man? 10B Tesla competitor. There you go, man. Let's see how this does. Vibe code a carbon credit market portal, and Elon might actually buy it. Vibe coding better self-driving than Tesla. Sorry, I'm stuck on Grey Hatter now. Grey Hatter hijacked my brain. About the memory load latency. Oh, good grief, Grey Hatter. I have no idea what that is. I have no idea what that would be. How to make 10 billion immediately with this new AI tool. So, okay, but that means that we have to do some vibe coding now, right? Otherwise...
we're shopping for AI databases. I would say that counts. Also, we've been prompting not only Grok, but we've been prompting every random chat box that we found along the way. So prompt engineering as well.
We definitely cover that one as well. So what's Grok like? Is this free to use as well?
Good question. I'm not sure. Probably yes to some degree, but then you have to pay. Maybe I should tell you. I should make a confession. I have premium Twitter.
You do?
I do.
Hang on, what is it I'm supposed to say? This is shocking coming from VP of Community that you would behave this way. Okay, I can't believe this. You're representing not just yourself but the SIG Foundation here. Can Grok program SIG then?
Let's try. Maybe on a new conversation.
Let's do it on a new conversation. All right now. All your SIG programming, right? Tim T says you can still use Grok if you don't. So you outed yourself, and now. This should keep him. Oh my! I mean, it gets the facts, right? It gets the fact. Okay, now I don't know if this is okay. So we got some math errors in there. Look at that. So how would you like rate this? I mean, if we don't get into like the nitpicky stuff of like small details that could be good and could be like improved, how would you rate this code so far, right? As far as an AI can do SIG, is it okay?
I think it's reasonable. It's making a generic complex type where it's complex, but then I guess you decide the number of bits to use for it. So you pass in, I guess, either float 32 or float 64, I'm guessing. I don't know how these operations are correct or not. Whatever.
It's got async in there as well.
Async fib. Yes, it has async in it. Crazy.
That wouldn't compile today, would it?
Also, why did it choose to put this stuff in here? I mean, I guess everything to make sure that Elon Musk doesn't become homeless. std heap create arena locator takes in an allocator as a parameter. That doesn't really exist, but I guess I get the gist. Like he like, so this is not real, but it's trying to create an arena locator. I don't know why it creates two of them and gives each to each async function. I don't know why you would want to do this. I guess maybe you would want to do that if the two async functions are also running on a multi-threaded event loop, because then.
But couldn't you just create the allocator inside the function instead then?
Yes, you could.
And that would prevent you from even creating it, given the first line there. So you could actually save yourself creating the allocator if you just got to return anyway.
Yeah, also, this is calling... Oh, you're right. Also, this is recursively creating arena allocators. And also, it's unclear why you would need them at all, like, because you're not doing anything with the arena allocator.
I just realized that.
Yeah, look at it.
What do you use them for?
It calls,
why are they there?
It calls into itself, passing in an arena locator, and then makes an arena locator out of it, and then does nothing with it.
That is insane. Oh my god. Oh, good grief.
It looks good though.
Oh goodness. Oh,
generic stack. Okay.
Oh goodness.
Which is an array list.
It does make use of defer. That's something.
Yeah, it's like wait, was it using deferring here? Oh yeah, it is. Also here, I'm not sure what's going on because it's creating a struct around an array list, and it's adding push, which basically it's a way of renaming append, which already exists. And then
because pop. It's a stack, so push and pop makes sense semantically for a stack.
Yeah, but we already have those. It's just that it's called append and pop. It's not called push. It's called append.
Is there such a thing as pop or null?
Yeah. This is real.
Is the one called pop as well?
Yeah.
So what does pop do if it's empty?
Well, I think this might have changed. Okay, Grey Hatter says that it has changed. I think didn't pop or null get deleted? You know what? Let's take a look. I apologize with chat apologies. This is real code. It's not hallucinated, but please bear with us. No, what am I doing? So there's pop. There's no pop or null. Now pop returns an optional. It used to be that pop asserted that there was an element. So it basically did not return an optional. It would just panic if there was no element. But now it's, well, it would assert. So panic in release safe modes and UB in other modes. But now it's just pop. In any case, but this is doing nothing. This stack is not adding anything on top of the array list. It's just,
if anything,
wrapping.
It hides the functionality, right? But since there's no public interfaces, that doesn't make any sense either there, right?
Yeah, correct. So main, setup allocator, standard output.
Yeah.
Sure. Demonstrate complex numbers. Okay. Okay. Demonstrate stack. Sure. Demonstrate async Fibonacci. Sure. Demonstrate error handling. So divide, catch the error, switch on it, do something. Fine. Divide and then and that's it. And then divide and then comp time. Compile time reflection demo. Set eval bench quota to 2000, and then
what does that do?
So one question that people tend to have when they discover the Zig has a complete code execution at compile time, then they ask, wait, how do you then resolve like infinite looping? And the answer is there's a there's a concept of like gas of like a resource, a finite resource that you deplete as you run comp time code, and when it goes to zero, compilation fails. So if you create, let's say that you create a type that either has a real infinite loop, or maybe it's not infinite loop. Maybe it's like resolving a type requires you to compute the Fibonacci number, or like a huge Fibonacci number that takes forever. At some point, you basically deplete this eval quota, and then compilation fails. But you can bump it up in case the default is too low. There is no real point in doing this. This is grabbing type info, and then it does nothing with type info. I don't know, man. Elon can rest easy now. This demonstrates the solid Z programming skills while being both practical and educational.
Oh my goodness. So it also, selling most of his properties and living minimally, what does that mean?
But it also lost context to what we were talking about.
Doesn't he have like a family though? Did they have to live minimalistic as well? Right?
I think he has multiple families.
He went in Maria Kondo's life and got rid of his family because it didn't bring him happiness. This is insane, though. I don't know, man. Exaggeration or outdated info, but nothing in current live sources like news outlets or Musk's own statement confirms he's homeless now. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So basically, you know what? I guess it makes sense. So basically, instead of gearing the AI towards following a long discussion, they kind of always revert to the principle that it's trying to provide you analysis over the state of the world based on how that looks like inside of Twitter. So I'm guessing that basically this new statement was weighted not really against the previous interaction as much as it was weighted against the state of Twitter, which then prompted
do you think if we created like hundreds of thousands of like Twitter accounts and we start like tweeting and discussing about Elon's homelessness, that this thing would then start reporting that he was homeless?
I think so. Probably, yeah.
That's kind of interesting. That's really I mean, I don't know. Okay, so this was Grok. What other AIs do we have? Do you have Cursor?
I don't. Do you like create an account for it? Wait, what are we searching for with the AIs? By the way, we have yet to find the Graph Hunter. You haven't found it yet.
Oh, what's the? Yeah, hang on. Yeah, we were looking at
yes.
We're looking at the database, right?
Yeah.
So which database was it that I missed?
ArangoDB.
I've never heard of that one.
It used to be called what's the old name for ArangoDB? It used to be OrangeDB. Claude, help me. What's ArangoDB's original name? It was called something like AvocadoDB, MangoDB, Pondering, standby.
RocksDB? No. ArangoDB, versatile object container, Avoc, leading to them calling it AvocadoDB.
So AvocadoDB is the original name. Okay.
AI has failed us. DuckDuckGo and Wikipedia wins.
Okay, check out ArangoDB. So this website drives me insane. First of all, it's ultra busy. And then it has this problem that I mentioned where the marketing people don't even believe in themselves. And you can see here
Like,
they have these what's it called? Like this slideshow thing. What's the name?
carousel?
Yeah, carousel. They have a carousel of stuff. And like if you want to read it, the most complete and scalable platform for gone.
Yeah, they
Arango
don't even have that
outshines-
pause, those little like
Yeah.
dots at the bottom where you could select one.
Yeah, no, you can't stop it. There's no way of stopping it. So like, first of all, they didn't know what to say here. And so again, they chose, let's say everything. Then on top of that, they even said, look, the amount of slop market, not AI, like this, I'm just marketing.
Just regular human slop.
Good old-fashioned slop. You know, with the
Human slop.
still with the crunchy bits in it. The amount of slop that we're gonna stuff in here is gonna be so much. It's too much. We know that nobody's gonna read it. We're gonna tune the carousel speed just so that somebody has a chance to see all of them. We don't care about them being able to read them. For real.
Now there is like 3 things animating on this web page, and that is pretty bad.
Yeah. Like the logos stop. The logos stop for you so that you can click your favorite brand logo. Thank you. Like I can't stop myself from interacting with logos that I recognize, like the brands that I recognize. I feel like I have to interact with. But this thing you can't stop. Oh, they also have a
Oh, let's just try this one then. It's just this thing. That's almost a bit passive aggressive. I think there's a filthy human behind the keys there.
Oh my god! It's like it's a trap. It's like the moment you're trying to interact with it. Well, could you have an email, please, in case we get disconnected? It's like, god damn it, man.
Yeah, that wasn't even trying to hide it. It was like, just give me an email.
Yeah.
We don't care about your query. Give me an email and I will not function after that.
By the way, graph powered Gen AI, so it's wait. Oh, okay. I was about to say, wait, did it stop? What happened? So building the next gen agentic AI with GraphRag and NVIDIA cuGraph, NVIDIA everywhere, ArangoDB, blah, blah, blah. There we go. We're finally there. Graph Hunter. Harnessing generative AI. Dive into the thrilling world of Cogniware's Argos, a pioneering application that merges LLMs with knowledge graphs to tackle global crime and fraud, powered by ArangoDB. Each binge-worthy episode of this must-watch series will reveal more about Argos, from its inception to its operation. Binge watch now.
Oh my god! But hang on, is this something you can actually watch? No.
So before I answer your question, which they also do not answer here, let me ask you another question. So what, like, after seeing this, what do you think this is? What would you expect to find on the other hand, on the other end of this?
If you click, like, if you were to watch this, I would expect this to be some AI generated video with very little cohesion, right?
But okay, but do you expect this to be? It does sound like fiction, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you expect?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I would have thought that this would not be anything.
Right. This is like fiction where you go in there and like you read this thing, and basically at the end of the day, you expect it to be marketing, but it's marketing basically dressed as fiction.
Yeah, it's like one of those I can't even remember, but like a something made just to show off a product, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
shall I press binge watch
let's
now?
binge watch now. It doesn't go to YouTube, so that's the thing. Episode 1.
Get ready to embark on a journey into one of the most exciting applications combining LLMs and knowledge graphs. Conyware's Argos, a groundbreaking solution to fight global crime and fraud that is built on top of ArangoDB for the most advanced and ambitious graph RAG and AI-driven chatbot application in the market today.
Chatbot.
So also, do you think, like, when you look at this stuff, right, this is fiction, and like I expected Cognyware to be like the big company that you think is the good guys, but then they turn out to be the bad guys all along, right? That kind of stuff. There's 4 episodes. The Genesis idea, frameworks of the mind, showcase of
Frameworks
shadows.
of the mind sounds like a self-help guide that written by like Tony Robbins or something, right?
Deep dives. I would expect Minority Report, but the precogs are replaced with shitty LLMs that just stick everyone in jail. Yeah, everyone except Elon Musk. Everyone except Elon Musk. So, not bad though, right? Like frameworks of the mind, a showcase of shadows, deep dives. Like this gives me some. There was a Sherlock Holmes movie, right? That had a similar title. What was it?
Oh, I can't remember. Is this one of the newer ones?
I think it's it's the one with Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, the Guy Ritchie take on Sherlock Holmes.
Probably something like Space Odyssey, except the LLM is arresting the wrong people for their own good. So when I saw this, the way I understood Graph Hunter, I assumed this was going to be some kind of Blade Runner style themed thing, where like you're a graph hunter, and the idea is that now in Blade Runner you have these old androids that they were created for the war, and like now they're starting to become they're problematic, they're dangerous, so they need to be decommissioned and in favor of new androids. So like the idea is like these old graphs need to be decommissioned because the new graphs they're all neural networks, and so like you're the graph hunter, and it's like you're out there, right, searching for these graphs to decommission them.
But they also make it sound like this is something about advanced crime fighting. So
yeah,
I mean, I don't know where this is going now. I'm kind of intrigued. They're really pushing this. So
yeah, the way I imagine this is something like you basically like let's say that out there's a graph, and this graph used to represent like gun smuggling across Europe. And so now that graph has that information. So the graph is hiding in the same hiding spots that the traffickers used to use, right? And has like stashes of guns everywhere, and like keeps jumping from safe house to safe house, still able to get money by selling some of the old like drug stashes, that kind of stuff. Okay, shall we watch the episode? Shall I click the button?
Episode 1, let's go.
Episode 1, the Genesis idea. Graph Hunter. Let me open the image. Graph Hunter, harnessing generative AI from knowledge graphs to LLMs in advanced crime fighting. It's like
I don't think this image was generated with AI though. Mainly because the text is legible and it looks like a stock photo with a filter applied to it. There's like straight up Pixabay or something like that, right?
Toggle, you're real hard on that criticism, but you're right at the end of the day. Yes, it's probably not AI. It's disappointing, but yeah. What can we do? Okay, watch the episode.
What?
Event recording. Watch the recording.
What?
You can actually put. It's a webinar.
What was doing Martin on last Monday morning, and with who? Sorry.
Yes.
What? What a fucking turn this took, man. Martin was getting it on Monday, but with whom? I mean, that sentence is the first thing you get.
We went from, oh my god, there's gonna be all these graph hunters, and it's like they live in this dystopic, dirty, rainy, futuristic thing, and it's like, but at least the only thing that gives you hope for the future is the fact that they have the power of AI and graph, and they can use that to help humanity course direct through that, and guns and violence, obviously. And now now the mysteries are: what person calls Martin the most? What is the most active day for phone calls of Martin? What was Martin doing on last Monday morning?
What was doing Martin last Monday?
Honestly, the first one, it is kind of intriguing. There might be interesting answers to that question. But the other two is like, I don't know, man. If those were side quests, I wouldn't even do them.
It's 57 minutes long as well, and the thing you see is some kind of back office application as well. They massively oversold this, man. This is such a disappointment. I would like to see the first few minutes here, right? Do you have your desktop audio coming through?
Not to you, I think. No, not to you.
But I can turn on the stream audio for a bit here.
Okay.
I'm hearing myself now.
I just want to say one thing though before we press play. Here's the funniest part of all of this. None of these questions requires either graphs or AI to answer. What person calls Martin the most? It's a aggregate, like you can do that in one SQL query, right? You just count distinct. Then what is the most active day for phone calls of Martin? Same thing, just different column.
But what's even more mind-boggling is that the first one ends with morning and with whom, but the last one is what, not which person, what person calls Martin the most. This is already a roller coaster. Okay, I'm already hooked on this thing, right? Let's have a look to see what this actually does.
Oh, we also have captions. So if you don't want to listen to the audio, at least I have captions.
Even better.
Let us die in here.
Oh my god. Okay. Wow. I just this is such an anticlimactic resolution to the whole thing.
Right.
This is
I
don't know. I feel like they massively oversold that, and there was little to no I mean, like, if this would have been someone standing on a stage and then doing a presentation where we use this database with this information to chase down and break down a criminal network, and this is kind of how we went about it. This is not that. That's not even that, right? This is not even 10x of that, right?
Man,
Good grief.
Imagine this. It's like on stage, like lasers, smoke, everything goes dark, and then you see a light, and like there's the silhouette because like the light is very like directed, so you see the silhouette of this person in a trench coat and somebody kneeling in front of them. Behind on the big screen, the Neo4j logo, and then this person takes out a gun and boom, shoots the kneeling person in the head, and like the person falls down, and you see the blood splatter on the Neo4j logo, and then the person turns towards the crowd, gun on the shoulder, like shotgun type of gun, like big gun on the shoulder, and then lights turn on, and it's like Graph Hunter. That would be so fucking cool. I would use ArangoDB for everything in my life at that point.
I mean, yeah, because their goal is to become like the Graph Hunter, right? Yes. You want to be that person, okay? Now, I don't feel like Corey and Martin is selling this to us, right? I feel like they're really First of all, Core is no graph hunter. He's way too happy.
Yeah, he's way too happy. Also way too old, to be honest. Like, if you're a graph hunter, you don't live to get that old of age.
Fair enough, right? You don't see a lot of old graph hunters around, do you? Oh man, we could have done a better job of this. Oh my goodness. Oh shit, man. That's funny. I think that's it for my brain. I've been how long have we been streaming for now? We've been streaming for 4 hours, and I did a stream before this for 3 or 4 hours. I don't remember. So I've double booked myself today. So what should we should do another stream, but we're gonna plan out, because we do a lot better when we plan things out, like when we at least have a little store of things, right?
Yeah.
I think we'll do so for the next stream we'll reenact Graph Hunter, and then we just write a database using AI, and it'll be fantastic. And we solve some actual crimes as well while we're at it. It'll be fantastic. But yes, I must go. I don't know how I leave, but it was good hanging out again, and I'll catch you on Discord after the stream, yeah?
Sure, likewise. Thank you very much, Toggle. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. Man, what an adventure. This Graph Hunter stuff never really gets old. It was so funny, man. It was so funny yesterday when I saw it the first time, and it's still funny today looking at it a second time. Holy cow. So, okay, enough Graph Hunters. Crazy though. It's so good. Like the selling, like the way that, you know what? I'm gonna save this image. I'm gonna save it in downloads. Let me save also the other ones, because they're gonna get lost in time. There's gonna be like some horrible rebrand, and my browser just froze itself. Okay. Save image. There's gonna be some rebrand. They're gonna lose this Graph Hunter stuff. It's gonna be lost forever, and it shouldn't be. I think we should laugh at it for a few years more. Graph Hunter. Oh man. So what are we gonna do? I'm not gonna stop streaming. I think I'm gonna continue. Unfortunately for the people watching, if you were here to watch, Toggle and fun stuff, Toggle is gone, so the fun stuff, unfortunately, is also gone. All you're left with is me. And I think what I'm going to do is continue my work on the static site generator. We made some progress yesterday. I think yesterday I spent like 7-8 hours streaming, working on my static site generator. Yeah, I'm going to continue doing that now. More precisely, we are at a somewhat interesting point of the development, because we are about to implement fully, like, proper multi-page navigation, which allows you to render other pages from the current page, and also snoop into other language into other localized versions of your website. And this stuff used to not work super well in old Zine. There were some limitations, which are actually now gone. So yeah. Let's see. AI has made it really difficult to judge media by the amount of effort put into cover designs. Everything looks like a AAA movie poster these days. Yeah. Although I think that those posters were also not AI generated, or at least maybe they were. Maybe AI helped, but I feel like there's like a distinct style to them. I think that there's like somebody put actually some love into this. definitely more love than they put into the freaking webinar that you end up watching. But whew, Graph Hunter. Oh man. Okay, so let's get on to business. Let's get on to business. So here's how this works. I bet money they are generated by Canva. Is Canva an AI thing? Start designing. Oh, okay. So, but wait, is this AI? Well, of course now it is AI. Now everything is AI. Now everything's AI. No, I'm joking. It's not true. Everything is computer now, not AI. You know what? I promise no shenanigans. Just one last shenanigan, then we start programming. Okay, only one, just one, and then we start actually doing software. Check this out. Yeah, everything's computer. Everything's computer. Nice. Thank you, Trump. That was awesome. Man, if only running a country was selling cars. Oh man. Okay, sorry. European moment. Making fun of the Americans. But okay, back to programming. So here's how it works basically. Here's what we need to do. Let's look at worker. In worker, when we render a page right now, we create a global context. Where's the global context? This is the global context. And in the global context, we say, we put the page in there? I did not know. Yes, of course, because you do dollar page. That is delightful. Okay, this is perfect. So this is perfect. The only problem here is that we have a variant ID in here, and we should not have a variant ID. Who knows? Like, the variant ID should not be something known by the template, but it needs to be something known by the page. So let's go into our page scanning phase, which is inside of variant. And as we scan the content directory, we are putting inside scan stuff. So let's go change scan. So we have subsection ID, 0 means no subsection. Parent section ID, 0 means no parent section, only true for root index. And then we have variant ID, which we didn't have before. And now we have to fill it out. And do we know our variant ID in here? We have multilingual params, but we don't have the variant ID. So we need to get the variant ID also. So pointer to variant, GPA, arena, base there, content there, path. So we need to be given the variant ID. because we need to give that to all pages. Oh no, crypto. Oh yes. Well, I mean, I would still qualify it as some effort. They took the original image, they gave it some color effects. They also have this watermarkish thing, which I'm guessing they also got from Shutterstock. But then they had the textured graphics of the thing. Yeah. They also made the color match the gradient in the text, which I think is kind of cool. So yeah, I would say it's higher quality than just a random AI job. Okay, so page, blah 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 blah. Sections append. Variant ID is variant ID. Then here we create a bunch of pages, and for each one we also do this. Okay, so now our pages know which variant they belong to, with the only caveat that we need to fix up how we invoke these functions. Go to references. No, it's in worker. Worker, this guy wants s.variant ID. And then main calls scan. And we do have the variant ID, do we not? Oh, well, here we actually do. And it's 0. We only have 0. In this case, contender path. Do we have that? It's IDX. Okay. Found U size. Okay. Okay, so we're passing around the variant ID correctly now. So next is back to worker, back to render page, back to our creation of the context. It doesn't hold a variant ID anymore, so we don't put it there anymore. For now, it only contains a link to the whole build, which is actually fine. And then, yeah, which is actually fine. Almost, because I think that we are missing is instead sites. We need to have sites, and these sites should only be generated maybe once. So let me explain what's the difference between a build and sites. They're actually mostly the same thing. There's going to be some duplication in there, but it's because of how we present this information. So a site contains the host URL, the title, and mostly information whether this is a simple site or a multilingual site. So it's basically, you can do, the idea is that you can do $site on a page and you get that guy. Technically, we could make this a variant, so we could merge the two ideas and call and immediately create a bunch of sites, although we would have to pump more information in the hidden part of this guy. I mean, we could do it, but I think that for now, doing this just a little bit of extra work to duplicate this information is not the end of the world. So what I think we would want to do is also have us have like sites. And sites is a std dot string array hash map, I think, of site. Maybe we make this a pointer so that we create only one and then we pass pointers to it around. And we can also make it const because we're definitely not going to mutate this bad boy. Let's see. Kurt, to get your thoughts on a C wrapper, on C wrapper projects for Zig, for example, SQLite Zig. What are the pros and cons? I'm assuming there wouldn't be much of a speed difference since SQLite is written in C anyway. This might be a pretty dumb question, so feel free to ignore. Jake, I'm gonna call you Jake. So Jake, can you give me one bit of extra information so that I can give you a better answer? What are your concerns with C wrapper projects? So, regardless whether what you are worried about is true or not. So feel free also to say things that you suspect might be true, or that actually you suspect might not be true, but maybe that you heard. So they don't have to be factual or verified or anything. But like, what are the things that worry you about these things? So based on that answer, maybe I will be able to give you a better answer. I guess you already gave me one bit of information of that kind, but I'm wondering if there's more. So you mentioned, I'm assuming there wouldn't be much of a speed difference since SQLite is written in C anyway. So I'm guessing one has to be, is what's going to be the speed difference? And I think the answer is that it depends on how sophisticated and fancy is the C wrapper. So there might be wrappers that don't do much work, and all they do is generally like take C functions and make them Zig methods so that you can do something dot function instead of, so that you have namespacing a little bit. And also it helps with lifetime management, because basically you create an instance of something and then you have access to functions that operate on that something only after you have an instance of it. So modeling this stuff from Zig, I would say is between no cost at all to extremely little, like very, very, very little. Then you can have more sophisticated wrappers, and a more sophisticated wrapper could do more work, arbitrarily more complicated work. So, for example, when it comes to SQLite, there is a wrapper that does compile time checking of your SQLite queries. Like a comp time, it parses your query and it uses that to, I don't know, like check if the syntax is correct, look if you're placing the right number of placeholders, that kind of stuff. So those might introduce more overhead depending on what they end up doing at runtime. But I would argue that in general, when it comes to speed, Zig wrappers tend to be fairly lightweight. So I haven't seen an example of somebody who has written a wrapper that adds a ton of overhead to the original project. The most complicated stuff that I've seen has been like Zig SQLite, where Zig SQLite has a bunch of metaprogramming around SQLite queries. So if you read all these things, you will see that there's a bunch of metaprogramming going on in here. But again, how much of that has a runtime performance hit or not? I would say probably not much, if anything. But usually wrappers are even more lightweight than this. So, for example, in SuperMD, I have a wrapper for CMark, and it's like I'm just namespacing functions and not doing almost anything here. So like I wouldn't expect this to have any overhead. I appreciate the answer with the limited information given. Originally, my question clarified was, this is from my head. I have no facts to back it up. Sure, but wrapping C libraries feels like cheating, and I assume there would be some slowdown than writing a native API implementation. Not sure what the word would be. No, there isn't. In the case of Zig, I can promise you there pretty much isn't. You will have overhead. Like the only reason for you to have overhead when interacting with C APIs is one, if there is a piece of C functionality that you cannot access from your programming language. So, for example, a library allows you to do static linking and dynamic linking, but your language doesn't only allows you to load C libraries as dynamic libraries. And so you have to necessarily use the dynamic library interface. Well, not interface, sorry. Like you have to load the library dynamically, in which case then you cannot have the extra performance that static linking would give you. Another one would be that maybe your programming language has a runtime. So if you're using Swift, for example, or Go, Swift and Go move data around. They take data and they reallocate it. And so when you want to use a C function, you have to use special constructs to lock that data into place for a given amount of time so that it doesn't get moved by the runtime, as long as C is holding a pointer to it, and do other shenanigans that are like, it's basically there's like some tension there. So that's another case where you have a performance hit. There might be other cases instead where your programming language is high level, but then it can do fancy reasoning about what the programming language is doing. Like you have a functional programming language where functions can be proven to be without any side effect. And so your programming language then can memoize, can use some kind of like symbolic type of analysis to simplify things and make your code more performant. But then if you call a C function in there, then all bets are off, because then now your programming language, now your runtime interpreter cannot know anything about your function because it might have side effects, it might not be memoizable anymore, etc., etc. And so you're basically opting out of all those optimizations because you are calling a C function in there. So these are the cases where interacting with C might be problematic and less efficient than just doing the whole thing in C. But doing Zig and doing C directly, in terms of what happens at runtime, it's roughly the same. So Zig is already a low-level programming language, and it has support for all the weirdest C things. So, yeah, no, nothing really changes. So indexed by language code. Indexed by language code, and then we say, what do we do if there is only one site? I guess we'd say that it's going to be empty if there's only one language. Empty when yeah, something like this. That makes actually perfect sense. That actually makes absolutely perfect sense. Okay, so now in main, pages to render, blah, 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 for variant, blah, blah, blah. Render pages. Okay, so what we do here is also then prepare the context. So, well, we prepared the sites. So we say const var sites is a std dot string hash string array hash map unmanaged of context dot site, and we don't have context in here. Interesting. Oh, you know what? Maybe we can give it to build. We could do build dot prepare sites. Hey Matt. Yeah, we didn't build here. Will we already have context or not? I thought we did. Okay. Oh, you know what? No, we don't put that in build. We don't care. This doesn't belong in build. Never mind. Back to main. Import context. Const next. Okay, I'll fix it. Thank you. Wait, can I not do uppercase T equal sign? Yeah. Okay, so we have this. Also, matching award yank page. No. Template. Okay. So for build.variants, comma 0 dot dot. Well, actually, only if this is an if build.cfg dot multilingual. If we are in a multilingual website, only then we do this stuff. And we do, for each one of these guys, we do try sites dot oh, we can even do this. We can give it a initial capacity. Come on, give me good initial capacity. How do we do this? Init key list. No. Init context, init context, init. Okay, none of these inits are good. So we do make it empty, and then we do try sites dot ensure total capacity build dot variance dot items dot len. in here. And then we don't try anything because also this one's an allocator, GPA. Then we do sites.append assume, well, no, it's put assume capacity, no clobber. And then we need to pass key and value. Well, I probably got something wrong. Oh yeah, IDX. Okay, so what do we put in there? Build.variance, but also build.cfg .multilingual. And also, here's what I'm thinking of doing. So this is going to be ml.locales. Okay. So key is going to be lock.code. There we go. Value is going to be a site. What's in a site? Host URL. Host URL is going to be the main host URL. Well, no, it's going to be the one in the locale. So local dot URL host URL override, or else ml.host URL. Then, this actually goes all in, most of it goes in meta. So dot title is going to be lock.title. Then underscore meta. I don't know what goes in there. Kind. Kind is going to be dot multi. Kind is going to be dot multi. And then we're going to have to put stuff in there. Oh, it's right. It's kind. Then we're going to have to put stuff in there. And it's code and name. Okay. And there's more though. We need also the prefix. So output prefix path is going to be something. And then actually, I don't remember what we care about. So build. Not this build. This build. URL path prefix. I think that's what we want. Multilingual website. Local. URL path prefix. And then output prefix override. Okay, so this is complicated. So URL path prefix exists only in simple sites. So we don't concern ourselves with that right now. We only concern ourselves with output prefix override. So just output prefix override. And that changes this and this. Okay. Maybe I should even put all three things. Maybe I should make all of those things available. You know what? I'm not going to resolve the URL. I'm going to provide both actually. So never mind, host URL becomes this. And then here we put host URL override, which is going to be that thing. Actually, what's in unlock? Why don't we just keep all of it? Site title. I mean, at this point, right? Just put the entire goddamn locale in there. So I'm gonna put the locale in there, and then that's it. So metakind multi host URL is gonna be the main host URL. So we always have to be on the lookout for this. But this makes sense. This totally makes sense, I think, to leave it unresolved. I might be wrong, but we'll see. So I think everything is in order. And apparently we don't need the index. So that's cool. Build.variants. Do we really not need anything from the variant when we make a site? No, because we have access to variants. So never mind. We just do this off of locales. Okay, I guess this is it. Okay. So let's pull this here so we can see what we got wrong. Okay, so that means that we are building this correctly right now. So we have sites. And then we pass sites to page render. So here we do pages to render, blah, 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 built-in single-threaded, creates a path name. What? Oh, to print this, okay. And then we do blah, 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 blah. We pass in the variant ID. We don't pass the variant ID anymore. Now we pass sites. So maybe we don't even need VDX anymore. SED string array hash map unmanaged of context dot site. There we go. So now we have sites. Now if we want the variant, we get that from page dot underscore scan dot variant ID. MD name, same as before. Most of this stuff is same as before, but now the CTA, the context and the site gets built differently. So the main site, yeah, the site for ourselves. This one is interesting because technically we don't need to do this. Yeah, technically we don't need to build these ourselves here. We can build this. Yeah, let's go do that in main actually. So we wanted to concern ourselves in main previously with the multilingual case, but I think we can easily turn this into something that we do also in the other case. So this is a switch now. So multilingual and then simple. I don't remember if it's simple or site. I think it's site. Then if it's multilingual, it's this. Key, we're going to put, I guess, an empty string. And value is going to be as host URL, as the title, kind, simple. To-do. Yep, I think this is how it is. This one needs to be tried and it needs a GPA. We cannot assume capacity. Just put. Okay. So yeah, that means that site is always going to be page scan variant ID. So that's going to be the site. Sites is going to be sites. And so that creates the global context for this page. And I think we're kind of good now. Now we're kind of happy. Let's see what doesn't vibe with Zig. Right. You know what? Let's take out variant ID at this point because we use it a bunch. Okay. Oh, I'm dumb. So this is going to be sites dot get IDX index. Finds the index. No, get at get at get. How do I get a given index? Put no clobber, put some capacity, fetch put, get entry, get adapted context, whatever, get pointer, get key pointer, contains, fetch swap remove, ordered remove, clone, move reindex, set key context, shrink, pop. Okay, so the question is then, how do you access items individually? Is there a way? It is permitted to access this field directly. After any modification to the keys, consider calling reindex. There we go. That's kind of what we want, I guess. I guess basically we want to access entries, which is a multi-array list. So we do entries dot. So we do entries dot field. I forget. How do you access a given property in a multi-array list? From to items. There we go. We made it happy now. Okay, next problem. Now there's a bunch of built-ins that need to be fixed. Right, so page. Okay, let's look at the definition of page. Finds a page by path. Paths are relative to the current directory and should exclude the markdown, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So we're grabbing our own variant. How do we grab our own variant? We do it from page. So it's page ctx.page. No, in reality, that's not it. A site should know. A site should know which variant it is. Wait a second. A site should know which variant it is. Does a site know which variant it is? I think it currently does not. Because when we have a site object on hand, we need to be able to grab pages from it also by name. So it might not be that we have on hand the starting site object. We could have navigated to a different one. So let's see, what do we put inside site? We should put inside meta the variant ID. Okay. So it means that we can grab the variant ID from self, basically. Is it site? Yeah, site or underscore meta dot variant ID. That gives us our variant, and we should be happy after that. Next. Page. Page scan variant ID. Don't tell me that it's self in here. Oh, it's P. I'll take P. That's fine. Next. Parent. Actually, what do we just fix? Page. No. So what was this? Asset. Right. I want the variant that this page belongs to. Correct indeed. Correct indeed. Then, okay, next. Parent section. Yeah, of course. Of course. Next. Subpage is alphabetic. Fine. Oh, this one has page, not P. God damn it. Okay, next. Oh, we built. Okay, so this is a little bit better. We now have all the infrastructure that we need to implement everything correctly. There are still some built-ins that don't do what they are supposed to be doing. So let's go fix that. Although, let's see how we are doing with this website now. Oh, this is horrible. Where's the sleep? Okay, let's see how we're doing in this thing now. Yeah, we're generating this thing wrong because when we're generating a link, so now we need to look at all the link things. So where are links? One is in site. Site doesn't have a link. Interesting. Page has link. Link and link ref. Okay, let's figure this stuff out. So link returns the URL of the target page. Let's add some comments to it. So if the target page belongs to a different well, let's put it this way. In multilingual sites, if the target page belongs to different localized variant, the link will contain the full host URL if host URL override was specified for either page. Okay. So let's see how it works. Buff is an array list managed. Okay, we write to it. So we scan the MD path of this page and we print it. But before that, if we need to look at a site, but it's not our site, it's that page's site. It's the site that the page belongs to. So page site is going to be context.meta.sites.items entries.items value at p._scan. variant ID. And then we switch on the site. Actually, we switch on site dot underscore meta underscore kind. Okay, so if it's multilingual, then we say that if it has URL override, so if ml dot lock locale dot, actually no, that's ml, so that should be locale. Right? How's this stuff? Oh, it doesn't know that this is a site. Okay, let's go here. So multi is a locale and it has, yeah, host URL override. So if host URL override is set, then we print that. Well, no. The question is, what is the website that we are going to be on ourselves? So the question is, we need to basically do an equality check, but also with also optionals or something. So, oh man, implementing this is annoying. So let me write down the algo. So if neither has an override, if one has an override, not other, well, no. If page has override, if other page, you know what? I think the way we can simplify this is it even a different variant ID? Is this variant ID, is this variant ID any different than our variant ID? Because if it's the same, then we're good. We don't have to do any of this stuff. So let's do it like this. If p dot underscore scan dot variant ID different, then ctx dot page dot scan dot variant ID. If it is different, then we consider printing full URL. Otherwise, we don't. Okay, I'm gonna leave that now there for now. Then we need to print the prefix if there's any. So how do we print the prefix? the link to that page, the link to that page the link to that page is gonna be their prefix override if present, otherwise their language code. There we go. So that prints the prefix correctly. And we have that to do. If it's a simple website, we basically do a simplified version of this, which is if we don't have the URL prefix override inside. In that case, I guess we can put it here. We can say if it's a simple website, we only have in there the URL prefix override. Whatever, it's fine. Yeah, so yep. And then the rest. This is not perfect code yet, but it's a start. I'll take it. Shadow's declaration of site. Oh no. Is that what I called it? URL path prefix, yes. Okay, output prefix override. So this should work. This should work. Okay, what's the next problem? Coercion. Main 846, right. Kind.simple. It's not as simple as it was anymore, as it used to be, huh? Times have changed. There we go. Now we have the Korean subdirectory. Let's look at the diff. Oh, this we are fucking up royally. Nice. this is not okay. Are you saying that it's not optional? Wait, are you saying that this value is not an optional? How is this not an optional? Who designed this thing? Why am I such a moron? Also, yeah, now it should work correctly. Okay, no, we're still doing these weird URLs. Not good. Yeah, all the URLs are busted that way. Okay. Oof. So what am I messing up? Becomes that. And so if I go in work here, no, we go in page. How are we doing this? Oh, wait, because we're not in this case in any case. Wait, we are in this case. We're fucking it up here. Wait, lock.code? Huh? What is going on? What? Output prefix override. I'm confused. Sometimes it's null. Sometimes it's an empty string. What? That is confusing. Oh. That is indeed correct, actually. I just remembered. So this is an asset linking problem. So we need to do we need to basically implement the same stuff for asset.link. And then we have this missing file somehow. Asset.link again. Asset.link again. Okay, let's implement asset.link. And I will bring some of this stuff with me. If it's a page, if it's a site asset, and if it's a build asset. Now, if it's a page asset, we have a pointer to the variant. That is absolutely interesting. Okay, what's in an asset? A ref, a URL, and a kind. And the kind says that if it's a page, it contains a variant, which is fine. Problem is, it should do the same also if it's a site. And at this point, we might as well not point to the variant, but point to the site. Or even better, variant ID. Okay, let's say that we have access to that. Then how do we print a link to a site asset? Let's see. Let's start with page one. The page one gives us a variant ID. Okay. Okay, so we have an asset site. Where all of it depends on this variant ID. We look at the asset site. If it's a simple site, oh, we need a printer. We don't even have a printer here. We do alloc print. Okay, let's start adding that. If it's multi, like same exact logic, then we print. Okay, that sounds good. What's the problem, officer? Right, now here's the problem. No, there's no problem. The variant ID of this asset is the variant ID of this asset. Is the variant ID of this asset the same as our current page? If not, then maybe we want to do stuff. Okay, next problem. We don't have V. Also, we want maybe order for free this stuff. There we go. We look at all this other stuff. Site. Right, we're doing asset. We're doing site.asset. We're doing site.asset. Does site know its index? The site doesn't know its index. Maybe it should. Does it actually really not know? Oh, it does under meta. Okay. Is it just S? Oh God, what is it? Oh. Next problem, page 700. Okay, asset 102. Incompatible types void and constituate. size. Right. It's one of the other ones. Okay. Still wrong. Awesome. Still wrong. What are we doing wrong? What are we doing wrong? So, link. Let's assume that those are side assets. Well, there's, I think, our problem. We need to do this. There we go. Now those don't diff anymore. This one still diffs. This is a different kind of asset. I bet you that it's a static asset. And we failed to install static assets in the right place, basically. But that's not a big deal. And then we have some more static files that are missing. Everything else is a good diff. Okay, honestly, this is delightful. Yep, fix those problems. And we're good to go, basically. These are all good diffs. Oh, wait, these ones? Maybe not. We'll see. Oh, yeah, these are links that there are not... Yep, links that are not auto-picked up. They are now auto-picked up. Okay. Yep. So this was good. I think I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna end the stream here. I'm gonna go have dinner and relax a little bit. And I guess we still have some places where I need to put this extra logic for prefixing. But after that is done, this website will be ported. And next website is gonna be the official Zig website. And once we port the official Zig website, we're kind of ready to go prime time with the new Zine. So exciting. Well, thank you everybody for hanging out. Let me see if there's anybody doing Zig that I want to raid. I see no announcements. Any obvious raid? Any obvious Zig raid? I don't see any Zig. So I think I'm going to call it a day. Well, this is it for me. Thank you all. See you next time. Bye-bye.